Yo, yo, yo. 1 second. Actually, let me do this. All right, now my mic should be a little bit more clear. All right, let me share the stream link around real quick. Y'all be sure to like the stream, all that good stuff. Close. I'm also kind of excited to show y'all the thing I made the other day. I'll show it in a little bit. All right, let's go through a couple stocks real quick because I didn't get to post like an actual watch list this morning. Let me do this. So all these are charted and ready to go for the most part, like 99% done. But this will be probably the new watch list. I just continually update and I'll add and drop things to it. So SPY's going to be opening just under 649 this morning, which is honestly kind of impressive because the next levels up are right here and here, and we're above this one, and we're going to be hitting. Oh no, we're above this one now too. No, sorry, we're going to be between these. I was right. So we're going to be between these levels when we open. The big thing, honestly, if you go to your previous day, that's what this long, big ass day is. You go from the high to the low with this fib tool, and you'll see we're already above a good level. So we're going to use that level as kind of our directional tool. So because we're above halfway point of the previous day already in pre-market, we're going to assume that we're already more bullish than bearish towards this level, right? We don't know anything beyond this. We could reject this easily, and then this becomes a liquidity grab for bears, and you get a really big move down, just like this. And that's kind of what happened. They got above, they couldn't hold, they said, just kidding, and then, liquidity grab, big move down. But that could happen again. It could also be the vice versa situation where we are just holding over and we are just slowly grinding back up. So it's not as bad as we're thinking. But keep that in mind. I'll also be skimming through contracts on this one if I can. Apple, we're going to be kind of looking over this area here, the 240s, to see if they can continually hold towards their previous day highs. Again, keep your previous day levels. If you don't have them marked, like I'm not sitting here marking every literal level. Wait, what the hell just happened? But it is good to at least, keep that in mind. So you can see the good levels here for IWM. We're already kind of over them. Now we're just trying to see if we can get over this level and hold it and push beyond it, which we're actually bumping our heads against this in pre-market on small caps right now. Tech, they really need to get over both of these two levels here, but you can trade from this one to this one. But again, we're not there. We're at 578.40s this morning. So we're actually above both of these levels, which again, just picture like a big highlighted area right here. That's really what you have there. If we hold over that, there's a good chance that we're moving up to 580s, maybe even previous day highs. So keep watch on tech. Might actually be a good watch today to trade. So if anybody in here ever misses those tech trades, there you go. Tesla, they're in the 354s, almost 355s in pre-market, so they're going to be a little closer to their previous day high, so that's going to be our trigger levels, previous day high area. But they're already over the bullish area, 50% previous day. Not a bad sign, not a bad sign. I even went down here and marked the gap from last week, because if we do ever fall into previous day lows or this level here, where else are we going to go? So I want to keep this in mind that this could be a good last chance for buyers. Nvidia, we're already looking good over the 58% previous day here. Again, every time you hear me say that, I'm just talking about short-term direction, guys. Short-term direction already tells us that we're bullish because we're above this level. We'll see if we can make it to the next level. And all these stocks are opening as I'm trying to break them down. But a pretty good number of these are over their 50%. You can see Microsoft here, probably nowhere near it. Not even having to draw it. I can just assume that it's not even anywhere near it because it's closer to its previous day low. Same here for AMD. AMD's big deciding level is going to be the 150.16. So if it can continuously move up and get over this level, then yeah, I can become more bullish. But because it's down here, unlike some of these other ones that start a little bit higher, it isn't a little bit of a struggle bus right at the beginning. So just keep that in mind. So there is a difference in some of these. Like this one over here, way up higher. It's actually way closer to its previous day high, but that's MU. MU is just doing its thing. Same for Avgo. They're at all-time highs and kicking. If you go to that daily time frame, you'll freak yourself out. Daily time frame on this one is honestly kind of sexy. I don't know why I wasn't watching this more. I think I was watching this actually back here, and I got pissed because there was earnings. I was like, well, I'm not trading that. Because, I mean, I really don't care about catching moves like this. Like, this is like, yeah, that'd be nice, but I'd rather catch that when there isn't, like, a piece of public news everyone can see, you know? Because then it's like, yeah, it gapped up to 13, but you didn't make big gains like that, you know? You're only going to get that on a day that doesn't have earnings. Or the earnings is just that surprising, but that wasn't that crazy. So, really like it as it's holding this, moving into the resistance here. Now, don't let these areas scare you. I say resistance, but it's really just the next area. Basically, I just went from the highs over here. I'm just using the highs of the left side. And it's actually, as soon as I looked at this chart, and I'm sure some of you would too, you would look at this and be like, well, wait a minute, it's just using its past highs. That's all it's doing. You know, I was going through a lot of these and just marking emerging candles. That's what a lot of these are. So it's a lot of just like super set levels I don't have to touch, and then there's levels in between that I have to delete and re-edit, like 50% and stuff like that. But not sound. So I actually really like this one a lot. We'll see if this bullish hype here continues or not. We'll see if it slows down here. I actually kind of expect it to just keep ripping, and then we'll see if it kind of slows down under this area here. And if it does, then we can see if it comes back down here to give us a better dip buy. And if not, then whatever. We don't mind. Palantir, because a lot of you like Palantir. Hood. Webull, because I'm a Webull fanatic. I think Webull is one of those crazy dip buys that you really could just like put a couple shares into right now and then forget about. Come back to it. Or DCA, if you're one of those guys that just love doing dollar cost average where you don't really have one set average. You kind of just keep putting yourself in a better seat. SoFi is another one that is kind of wild. So if you go back here, whoops, wrong time frame. This is the all-time high over here. And I basically just went from where the high is to where it went down and stopped the very, very first time to make its first lower high. And then, you know, we all know what happens from there. So if you go to the current highs, it's actually kind of putting us between this. And you can see they actually pushed up into it, rejected, lower high, tried to hold again. Might be making another lower high. So I'm kind of looking to see if it's making a fake break for a liquidity grab, or is this actually going to start giving us a short-term bearish trend? And if not, then I'm going to assume that it does want to go break those all-time highs because we're right there. UNH for shits and giggles, because I just like looking at UNH, even though it just reminds me so much of Meta and Netflix before they came back up. It has nothing to do with the company. Intel, because Intel honestly looks like it's going to keep going, but it has a very clear pivot area, as you can see there, that if it breaks, which is that last high, kind of the same thing I did for the sound chart, then this kind of decides direction, so that's why I have that marked. And then Oklo, shout out to Frankie. But yeah, if you guys have any questions on any of these tickers, just let me know. For the most part, though, that is kind of what I'm looking at. And sorry for running through those quick, it's just the market's open. Alright, now let's zoom in on some of these. Yeah, we'll put them there. And good morning, everybody. Sorry, guys. I wanted to get through that so you guys had some sort of update before I move on. I've actually been putting this at 15 lately. And then, yeah, I do have a cool little... I don't even know what to call it, really. It's just a plug-and-play tool that I came up with using some of the stuff from Thinkorswim, actually. Is from here. And then I was like, well, let's break this info down and then put it together and make it like to where I could just input this data and then it'll spit out some information. I'll show you guys that later. But yeah, good morning. Be sure to like the stream, share the stream link around. I am getting to you now, chat, because I kind of was abusing you there. Yeah, good morning, good morning. What's up, Ayala? What's up, Alexis? What's up, Sandollar? What's up, John? Dr. J, Linwood, E. What's up, Devontae? I won't lie, I had to take a swig of water. That was a lot of talking right there at the beginning. As it always is. I feel like a caster, but for spy charts. I won't lie. If you were sitting here next to me yesterday and watching me chart all of these, like, I literally went through. Oh, that's another thing. I was being super OCD yesterday. I don't know why. This is the only chart that has multiple charts on it, right? Every single one of these, I deleted everything. And then I just reset it all. Just emerging candles. Just set. Like, if there was a recent gap up or gap down or the previous day halfway point, I would add those. And then I would label them. So they're set and ready to go. Plus, if I see that they're labeled, I'll probably remember, oh, hey, I need to delete this. Because it's like, maybe it's 4 weeks later and I'm not even near that area. You know, I don't need to have an extra level on my screen. But yeah, guys, so basically what we were saying on SPY, in case you missed it, we are bullish above this area, towards this area, but we don't really know if we're still bullish above this area until we see actual price action holding that. So it is a good sign that we gapped up. It is a good sign that we're holding a good area, but that's about it. We're just right there at the open. That's it. So there are a lot of good signs saying, hey, we're trying to go up, but it might be a little bit too obvious. I'm just curious too. If you go from your, oh, I guess I could just do it right here. What the heck? Oh, I switched charts. If you go from previous day close to today's open, okay, 647.92. So I guess it can have a little bit of a wick under this, but I mean, we're talking a couple cents. How was everyone's weekend, by the way? Good morning if you're just now joining us. Be sure to like the stream, share the stream link around. And good morning. Just updating in the Discord. If you guys have anything you want to go over, let me know. Or look at or talk about or question or whatever. Hopefully everybody's weekend was good. Again, we're kind of testing that area that definitely decided short-term direction. It's nice opening over it and stuff, but I wasn't really that excited until we got over 649.50 as well. And then here on that left side chart, you could see it's not that crazy of a gap up in here. I'll do this just so we can all have a better explanation. Wait, which chart is this before I fuck everything up? Okay. I basically just charted the same thing 3 times. So we're going to do this. We're going to do Lag to death is now the chart we just completely mess up. So basically what I'm saying on this chart is because if you zoom in. So here's this day's high. Here's this day's open, right? Then they fell. Here's this day's low. They wicked up. Here's this day's close. Where's this day's open? Right here, right? So we had a little bit of a nice, like, short-term upward momentum. Like, I'm not going to lie about that. But if you go from, where it is, here. So if you go from this day's high to this day's low, we are above it. It's just not by a crazy amount. So just be careful. We're kind of just watching to see, is there, whoops. In the beginning of the day, if you see days like this too, people always ask me, like, how do you avoid that? It's like, dude, just stop trading all the time. You know, it's like, it's really easy. But really what you're looking for at the beginning is consolidation. You just want to see that something tells you, hey, we are definitely still present. We are definitely still here to go up, right? So in comparison or in relation to your previous day, yes, we are slightly a little bit more bullish than bearish. That's the only thing that can sit here and tell us, like, hey, we're trying to go up. We're trying to go up. Unless I just sit here and spam through a bunch of weights, you know, and I'm like, oh, IWM struggling, or this is happening to this is happening to that, you know, and then kind of coming up with a solution based on that. Like right now, most of the stocks I'm looking at are up, but that doesn't mean the whole market's up. Really depends on what is up. Like Apple's kind of flat. Small caps flat. Hold up. Tesla's doing all right. Nvidia's doing great, but when are they not? Actually, let's look at that. Dude, why does this thing move so much? Yeah, they're doing great. Actually, let's do this. Why do I keep fucking up this chart? I'll just leave it like this. Take this off. There you go. See, Nvidia's doing it. Opened up a little bit higher, not a crazy gap up, right? Spams up. They hit that next emerging candle. If you take a fib from this day's close to this day's open, they've already hit the 50% gap. I mean, this thing is actually trying to pump. Oh yeah, I need to pin the Discord link. I forget to do that. You watching Uber? Watching Uber above 92.50. That's not a bad open. I like the it's just like SPY, slightly higher open, and it's already way over its halfway point of previous day. It's trying to get into the high. Yeah, be careful here. That's basically where it fell from last time. So if it gets over that area, you're looking good. Not a bad chart. That's definitely looking good. That kind of reminds me of Nvidia too. It's like it did its momentum. It's into a level. We'll see if it gets beyond it now. Nvidia is booming this morning. Where's Apple in this fight? Where's Yeah, where's Microsoft in this fight? Some of the weights aren't really helping Nvidia there. I wouldn't be surprised. I was going to say MSTR and a couple other stocks go down today. They're in a really risky spot of their chart. Just kind of playing with the devil there. SoFi too. I mean, they could be just setting up for a while though. Look, even Meta already hit the 50% of its pullback. If you take a fib from its high to the first time it actually stopped was right here. You get that level right there, the halfway point of all that. And it's already made it to that again after all this price action. So This could be the beginning of something too. Still not seeing much that gets me excited about that. I guess I'll leave it on SPY for a bit. If you guys have anything else you want me to look at, just let me know. See if in the right chart. Yeah, it is. Don't forget to like the stream, guys. It definitely helps out a ton. Share the stream link around if you know anybody. Yeah, if you guys have any questions or any comments or just anything you want to say, just let me know. I see Alexis is watching Uber. Woots is just dropping bag after bag on his Hims play. W Woots in the chat. W Woots. He posted Hims in the chat last week. Or maybe even before that. I don't remember now. But I know he posted it very early. And yeah, I mean, he benefited very heavily. I'll say that much. Yeah, go drop a fire emoji on his post in the Discord if you can. Always showing that support to your fellow BB trader. Especially when you see a guy in chat take their own idea and they do really good. Like, that's when you really want to support somebody. It's like, oh shit, dude, good job. Like, that's all cool when we do teamwork and we do a play together and stuff, but like, when a guy just goes and gets his own ticker and plays it, man, and does that to it, gotta show some respect. That's hard work. We all know it. Meta started saucy this morning. I read an article that they committed to 10 billion Google AI Cloud. They should. I actually used a different Google feature yesterday, and I was mad impressed. It even uses, like, Gemini, which I wasn't using that aspect of it, but it was cool that it has that installed, like, inside of it, inside of one of its, like, Google features. I was like, whoa. It's kind of a part of everything now, isn't it? AI just is everything now. Every time I go to Google search too, that one AI pops up. It's like, yo, do you want our help? I won't lie though, sometimes I read the AI summaries and they are a lot easier and like quicker than just like going to a link. They're kind of defeating going to other websites sometimes. But yeah, shout out AI. Allen Iverson and the algorithm. Yeah, Nvidia is very saucy. Or was. We'll see if it keeps going. But it did a really good job already hitting that 50% of the gap down. I thought that was... I would have loved to have traded towards that, but they were like, nah, we got to hit that in 10 minutes. This is the best looking candle we've had all day above the 648.17 in my opinion. Nice little wick up. I might even switch to the 15-minute. Shout out Garden Trader. Shout out React. Not a bad looking hammer on that chart too. And what's that? Does anybody understand the basic meaning of that previous candle? I don't really care if you know the name of it or not, but what is the meaning of it? It's a very neutral candle. It's really waiting for something to tell it, hey, we're bullish, or hey, we're bearish. So we're kind of waiting to get more information on top of this. So honestly, not a bad looking setup finally. Holding above a good level and you have decent looking price action. Might even jump into a call really early. Let's get closer to the end of this 15-minute. Oh, this candle did just start technically. What is the 648.17 level? Let's go look. Excuse me. I was gonna say it's the halfway point of that, but yeah, what is that level? I like always have a reason for each level. What the fuck is that level? I have it for a reason, I know that. Some of these levels I've been drawing like on stream, and then I don't delete them, and then we like go back up to it or go back down to it, and then I just still have it, so I just keep using it. Like this one. I'll probably be like, what the fuck is this area in like a couple weeks? Hopefully not, though. I hope we're in like closer to 700, not 640. But who knows? But I'll have to go look. I genuinely have no idea. Off the top of my head, at least. I won't lie, this was the only chart I didn't refuck with, because I've had it like self-maintenanced every day in stream. But literally every other chart I deleted and went through it, but except Spy. Spy was the only one I did not. I just sat there and I was like, man, our levels are fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's not the 50% of that level. It has to be something. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look. I genuinely don't remember. I'm not deleting it, though. I know it's fucking important. Actually, you know how we could find it? I could do this. Oh, it's the gap down halfway point. See? I knew there was a reason. Yeah, as soon as I looked at that, I was like, that has to be the gap down halfway. So, it just looks like it's a gap that I just decided to keep marked. I must have thought something crazy last night. Oh, that was why. Because all we did was go over it, and like we've had basically just the most bearish setups get above this level. So if we can hold this level, what I was telling myself the other night, okay, now it's all coming back to me, is that we're especially bullish. We're very bullish if we can hold this level. Not this level, not this level, not that level, this level. Because we've had so much struggle above it. If you look at the 2 times we got above it after marking it from the gap down, was us getting above it and closing, and then Friday doing the gap up into a big pullback. And then if you go to the, here, let's see this now. We don't have to be so freaking open. If you go to the rest of that day after we fell, we never once went back up and touched it. I really like this showing, though. I really like that they built that low to at least establish, hey, we're trying to go back up. And then if you take a fib from the low to the high of that move, you're just trying to hold that 50%. They did a liquidity grab at the 50%, as well as hold that nice little highlight area we have, which I do believe is the halfway point of that big-ass green candle, and then the gap down, or the gap up. I can't remember, but it's a combination of 2 very important areas. I remember that one. Built another higher low. Whoops. Built another higher low after that one. And then kind of the same vibe. Got like a nice move up end of day. And then we're just opening up, and it looks like we're trying to pull back. But this level, if held, can be the start of something great for bulls. Not just going towards all-time highs, but maybe even making new all-time highs. Even though we literally just did that. But I don't know. That's pretty important to me. But yeah, that gap down, that looks like I decided to leave it marked, because there hasn't anything been that's like actually held it. If anything, we've just gapped up from it, and then the next time we just sold through it. So we haven't really done anything around this level to say, hey, we're trying to hold this or lose this. If anything, it's just super bearish. But if held, can be a very good start. Also, there's a couple other levels here that I'm sure other people in my chat are mentioning. The gap down, or the previous day halfway point is literally right there. The gap up halfway point is literally right there. So, I mean, there's a lot of important levels basically right here. Not even just from this. Not even just from this, but from even before that. So, this is a very important area to try and hold. Is there news today? Let me go to the daily updates channel, because that's honestly how I just remember. I put it there to summarize it for myself. No, I do remember there being like absolutely nothing today. There is an Apple event Tuesday, tomorrow, midday. So be on the watch for that. Volatility might be a good watch for Apple there tomorrow. PPI is Wednesday before the open, as always. And then Thursday is CPI before the open, as always. So that's what we have this week. I'm going to start posting my news like that more, too. If you go to the daily updates channel, that's what it's going to start looking like. I'll do like my regular, this is the week, this is the news, kind of like how Eric shows. And then I'm gonna retype out, this is the bigger news events that could bring volatility or gaps. And then I'm going to type just a few of them out. This week we have 3. I decided to add Apple in there just because it's like It's Apple. Who don't watch Apple? Oh, my bad, Deuce. What was that from again, Devontae? What gap was that from? This one? Oh yeah, it is. From the 28th to the 29th. I had to figure that out. 28th to 29th last month. Makes sense. Yeah, good question, by the way, Devontae. Thank you for asking that. I always like when you guys ask me that and I don't remember it because I'm like, okay, fuck, I really got to go back test and look now. Because I'm the kind of guy that really doesn't like to make up stuff. Like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, that's this, man. Don't you know that? Because then you could just go back test that. And that's exactly why I teach the system that way, because I want you to be able to call me out on it. Like, even, it doesn't matter if I'm the one who shares the system or not. You guys know it as well. You should be able to call me out on it. Hey, that wasn't a lower high Bueller, or that's not a buy the dip setup, or that's not this. What is that level? I don't have that level. You know, you should be able to challenge me. But that is, though. That was a good question. I could not remember that for the love of me. Could not. It's funny too because this was also the only chart I didn't relabel. I literally went through every single chart and I relabeled. Like that one, you can instantly see that's 50% of previous day, 50% of the gap. That's bare. Okay, we might have to short IWM here. That's very bearish. Keep watching IWM. That might be a really, really, really good short setting up on small caps. That's not a bad chain to trade. Just as we are getting excited for SPY. Trump speaks at, yeah, but I don't care about that. And the inflation expiration doesn't matter either. All that news is already out. Well, I don't know about Trump's news, but all the other shit's already out. People have already broken down that news, that the second one you shared. They've already broken down exactly everything. Like how many days until this, if he pauses tariffs on certain countries, this. There's even like they're not condescending. There's I don't know the word I'm looking for, but there's something that is in the inflation tariff stuff, or in the tariff stuff, that fights its own like ordeal. So basically, we have like this thing that says, if you're this many days out and you don't pay your tariffs to our country, we hit you with this. And then some countries though get it at different dates and get it in a different amount of time, and that's what's being kind of fought over right now. And I honestly don't care what Trump has to say, unless he comes out and says war. Because whatever he's got to say, it's probably going to bring a bad reaction because we're literally sitting at all-time highs. This level, though, I don't care about any news that comes out today, guys. This level decides direction. That's what my streams, that's what my strategy talks about. I don't care about anything else. This decides direction. And right now, it's barely holding it. So we'll see if that continues. I do want to kind of watch that IWM setup, though, because that is very interesting, seeing a previous day and a gap halfway point reject. Could see a calculated pullback from that. And I'm pretty sure that chain's not bad. Yeah, it's not horrible. It's very cheap, actually. I would like to see if that rejection, if not, is that a liquidity grab, because it is trying to kind of build that higher low look. So if it doesn't make it down to this, my question is it trying to make it over it? Yeah, they opened way up here. Apple's still rejecting under that 239.59 as well. They've had a lot of wicks under it today, but still under that. So kind of keeping that in my mind as well. Tesla's doing Tesla. Nvidia's been doing very well today. We've stated multiple times. Not just getting to that 50% gap, but getting over it is wild. If I was to zoom out and show you what it's doing, you can see it literally just did this pretty large gap down here. Rejection, pullback. I mean, it did everything it needed to go down more. Built some base towards the end of that day, and here we are. New week, new NVIDIA, I guess. Very strong pull up, though, by them. Meta, too. Meta did a great job. It did it mostly in one candle, but still very cool. Microsoft was struggling to move in those first 15 minutes when we first looked at it, but they're trying their best to get over that 499 and hold it with the higher lows. We'll see if that continues or not. AMD's still fading away. MU could be a good look if it holds both of these areas. So far, not a bad look. If it can curl up a little bit more, maybe give yourself a second higher low, that could also be better. That's a daily setup. Kind of watching some of these on the daily, watching some of these on the smaller. Like, if you were to hit me up and be like, yo, I think Palantir is going to go today, I mean, probably. I'm just not really watching it from a day trade perspective. Hood up, not really surprising me. I wish Webull would do a hood day. We got to be patient, though. And then coin, this is like a combination of like 100 fibs. But it's from the gap down, from the pullback, from the other move that we had up from before. There's a lot of things in this area. But a lot of candles, I bet, are going to sit inside this day now that that happened. Just like this one. If this day happens, a lot of crushing. This day just happened. I bet we're about to get the same exact thing. Just a lot of days that sit inside of one candle. So I've just been kind of watching SPY from the side. And there's that pullback. We'll see if we actually get a break and hold of this. Again, we've been known to break and not actually keep going. First break isn't really the greatest. And if you're in the stream, be sure to drop a like, share the stream link around. If you guys have any questions or comments you want to share, please feel free to. And yeah, I actually decided to put a thumbnail on my streams. I thought that was a good idea. Is anybody watching any tickers that I might not have looked at? I did look at kind of a fair good amount, I'd say. A few different sectors as well. Tech and comm sectors are up. Banks and healthcare are down. Good update by D-Touch. Hope you're doing good, by the way, D-Touch. Oh, wait, that's not D-Touch. That was Dr. J. Sorry, bro. I saw the blue name. I saw it said I had a D in it, and I instantly thought that was D-Touch. I am sorry. You're your own person. Actually, I guess being called D-Touch isn't the worst thing. It's actually a compliment. You're honored? Yeah, actually, I had to double back on that. I was like, wait a minute. It's like, wait, it's good to be called D-Touch, if anything. Watching AMD with you? Bet. Yeah, I like AMD a lot. That was probably one of my more favorite ones that I charted, but I couldn't just put it at the top of my watch list because I didn't want to be biased. Show my favoritism openly. You know, you got to hide your favoritism a little bit. Yeah, I do like the... It's not even AMD. I think when people hear me say that, they're like, oh, he hates NVIDIA. Like, no. I just really love how the options chain works for this, for when you are taking those trades. Because it's so versatile, right? You could take not a super pricey day trade on it. I mean, a little bit more than before, but not the worst. and you can take swing trades on it. Like, I can't really find a shit ton of stocks that are like that. Like, people think that every trade that has options, you can do both of that on. Like, yes, you technically could do both, yes. But one that's actually, like, feasible, you know. And I really like AMD a lot. It gets movement. Contracts aren't sometimes the worst. I have to always bring that back because sometimes they are pretty bad. But then again, that's just the market. So I can't really sit there and just blame AMD. This part of the watch list is gonna freak people out for a second, I bet, because they're gonna see this and be like, "Dude, bulls up 94%, coins up 58%." All right, you guys ready? I think I'm ready to show off my little new toy that I made. Okay, so what I came up with is I don't really know what to label it. It's just called the IV dashboard, implied volatility. Basically, I take the implied volatility of whatever ticker I'm looking at, the percentage of it at least, and then basically what it does is it takes the IV percentile and it spits out this like chart for me, this information. And I had it come up with, not because I was tired of calculating this, because you can do this yourself, but basically, and you have to do this on a calculator, or sometimes you could literally just type it in Google and it does it for you, because I don't like doing square root math. That's what this involves. But you have to do this divided by the square root of, let's say I'm trying to get it for a year. I want to know what this is, right? Because this is what they expect the implied volatility to be for the year, right? So if I split this up into per month, I would have to divide this by to the square root of 12, and that would give you out a number. Same thing with this one, same thing with that one. And let's say I wanted to figure it out for a week. I'd have to do that by the number of weeks. Per day, I have to do it by the number of days. And you can get, basically you can spot out, does this have low volatility or does this have high volatility? And that's really all this is. And that doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to go up or go down, but it does show that options are a little bit more attractive. And that's how you can tell, okay, are options on this chain fucking expensive or not? And you can figure that out. So I want to show that off real quick. Let me pull it up. Is this showing anything? No. Is this showing up on stream? It is. Okay, so I hit this. Oh, whoops. That. And this is done in Google Colab. So enter the daily implied volatility percentage. Okay, so let's figure that out. What is the... someone spit out a name. Give me a name and we'll do that one. Basically, though, this is just a plug-and-play tool. I talked about this on my Twitter the other day just because... Or in Discord, but... It's not like I gave, like, the biggest explanation there. I also forgot to unlabel clean IV dashboard. So I just kept it. NVIDIA. Alright, so you go to NVIDIA, 37.98. 37.98. And then it's going to ask me about the IV percentile. What IV percentile is this in? Now, basically what this is, and I think I had to write this down to remind myself what it is, because sometimes the numbers are backwards in my head. So let's say the IV percentile is like this one, 5, or wait, where am I at? 4.44. That would mean that the NVIDIA's IV has been higher than today about 95 to 96% of the time. So that's honestly probably why you got that first jump up in the day, is because the implied volatility was catching up because it is so far behind. But basically, you take this number, you minus it to 100, that's the percentage of how much it is above that or below that, right? Which means it's lower than this. It's lower than this, the cheapness of their implied volatility today. It's lower than this, 4.44%. So you take, right now it's 4.44. Let's just do it before it changes. Spits out this big thing right here. So it shows me the IV threshold as well, which is just like an average. And then this kind of shows you what the hell you're looking at, because the colors are a little bit weird. So I made it give me a gradient. where you get a dark gradient to a red. So if we're near the red, implied volatility is through the fucking roof. Options are super expensive. This is a seller's market, an option seller's market, not a buyer's market. Vice versa, right now it's probably a buyer's market, which probably could help you with understanding how it was possible for Nvidia to make that move. But that doesn't mean every time something is as low as that it is definitely going to do that. That just means it has a high probability of doing that. Do we all understand that? Because I don't want anyone to sit here and be like, oh, well, I could just do that and buy a dip right in the morning, right at the open, just because something has low implied volatility for not just the day, but for maybe even the week or the month. You know, maybe it's so far behind it has to catch up all in one session. But that's not going to be the case every time you see that. So just make sure you understand that as well. It's not 100% set. So both of these numbers are pretty freaking important, is what I'm saying. Yeah, then you get this. So what this is telling us is, so this is for the day, this is for the week, this is for the month. Yeah, pretty cool. And I have a big text document if anybody wants it. It just basically explains everything I just said, but it's a little bit more summarized, except it's not. It's a lot more reading. But yeah. So I'll be trying to pull this up on StreamYard just to kind of... It'll probably be before my streams and then towards the beginning of them to kind of figure out which of these are actually like in a spot that looks great. And I've also noticed too it's a little bugged out. Like you see here on Oklo, the IV percentile 0.0. I just don't think there's data on Oklo that they're using to give us this on Thinkorswim's platform. I don't think it has anything to do with Oklo not having implied volatility, and it doesn't give us the data to use this. So, and then if I want to restart, I just hit Shift Enter and I'm back at it. So like SPY today, 15.69, 5.31. And yeah, I was kind of figuring that just because a lot of these are looking like they're going to be the same today. But that should be how it is, though. And you can see bull, a lot more volatile, 55. That means 55 it is above. Or below, I mean. Said that backwards. But yeah, I thought that was a cool little tool. Maybe I'm the only one. But it's definitely nice to use it because you can kind of figure out, is this actually a higher probability buyer's market kind of chart, or is it a higher probability seller's market kind of chart? And you can also tell that for the day, for the week, for the month. I had to calculate out each one because it is a little annoying to go do that yourself, and I couldn't find an actual indicator on here that actually gives you that number, so you kind of have to do it yourself. That's what Thinkorswim thinks. So yeah, if you guys ever want to see that, just ask for it. Be like, hey, what's the IV of this or that? Just have me. I'll just pull it up. That could be like a very last like checklist kind of thing. You don't even need to be using that. I wanted to make it because I thought it was cool, and I think implied volatility is very important. The market expectation. It's crazy too because I was looking at Apple last night for my examples. I had Apple at 25.55% IV. It's at 24.5 right now. So it went down, and then Apple kind of fizzled out and did nothing. So far. Anybody shorting IWM based on what we were looking at or no? Not a bad watch, not gonna lie. Those purple lines are so massive when you go to the smaller time frame. It's like, what the hell did I draw that for? Thanks for the YouTube stream. No problem. Thank you, Jennifer, for joining. And guys, I don't know how to share that IV dashboard, so I'll probably just keep using it as like a stream tool. Like, hey, let's look at it real quick kind of thing. So if you guys are ever interested in that, just literally just ask. It was made for that. All right, let me check Discord real quick, make sure the house isn't on fire. Oh my god, I hate when it does that. Sorry, I had to update SPX real quick. How's everyone in stream so far, though? I've been very talkative, so sorry for just ranting about all kinds of things, but mostly updates. But how is everybody in the stream so far? If you guys have any tickers you're looking at, let me know. If you happen to have a trade and you just want to like everyone look at your review, I would love to look at it too. Whatever. You wanted to short UNH, but you were slow. Damn, it did just kind of give you that right from the open. It's like, hey, I'm trying to go down. Damn. Well, at least you could sit there and be like, well, my setup worked. Okay, IWM new low of the day so far. Nothing crazy. Not getting excited yet. Not me. New low on SPY as well. They're headed towards their 50%. So they've already broken the other level we were looking at from the default chart. This is like your last leg level. Like, no chance if they break this. IWM is holding up really well for anybody who's shorting that. I'm not trying to sit here and be like, I'm calling out this, I'm calling out that, but we're doing pretty good on that. There's really only 2 contracts you could have chosen, so I can't even sit there and tell you what to do. It's pretty obvious which ones you're clicking on that one. IWM chain is almost always you're buying one of the first 2. You're either buying the at the money, so you can get that gamma boost, which is what you should be doing, or buying in the money, which is a little weird, but I could respect it just because it is IWM. We'll see if we get any move from that, though, because remind ourselves, we did talk about the fact that the past couple dips have been a higher low. This one here. So I would be a little sad if it held another higher low here. We'll see though. We're at the last part of the day where this could make or break. This is our make or break area. It says sorry if we lose it. Probably getting a dip lower. If we hold this, I would not be surprised if it did a break retake real quick between like one candle, like a wick up. So keep that in mind as well. But as long as you remain under that, and there are more bear signs we see under the break of today's open, like on SPY, can't really draw it on today's IWM because it's so far down, then we're looking good. For sellers. Now, if we get any kind of break back up above this, that's probably where we're headed in a very quick pace. Because the market needs to show itself, hey, we're trying to break this. Hey, we're trying to hold this. So we'll see what happens there. And yeah, I trimmed into that low there. Because we're at the last part of the chart where it's like, all right, it's either about to hold and go back up and screw shorts, or it's about to make some really good moves down, which could lead into more shorting opportunity. Probably good to cycle this chart out real quick, too, after we trim there. Oh, I meant to type 3 Qs, not 2. Let's check a couple. Excuse me. Just breathed in toxic oxygen, I swear. AMD is kind of exciting me too, but I think it's just because I'm biased. It's okay to be biased, just it's not good to be unaware of your bias. MSTR. Oh, this was one I wanted to short from last week, but I was like, man, that options chain is crazy. But it actually wouldn't have done that bad. Not amazing, but not bad. UNH is in a weird part of that chart now, Alexis. It almost is at a part of the chart where you could assume it's a lower high if you get rejections here, which so far today we are. If you get more than that, though, I would like to see that. Not just one red candle, but seeing a couple reject the same area. That would be a pretty cool sign. Just seeing if there's anything different I'm not seeing on the markets, if there's anything cool that's sticking out. Not really seeing it, though. We already know about Nvidia. We already know about Tesla. Ooh, Amazon. Okay, okay. Here's something we didn't know. Nice little curl up, and it's 50% of its previous day. I know it looks a little ugly because you got wicks literally everywhere in this chart. But you got to respect the curl here. If the market's bouncing up here, I would like to see Amazon join it. And real quick, just because I don't remember in the back of my head. Okay, Tesla's at the same exact part of the chart. No curl up around that, though, but just pointing that out. They're part of the same sector, so it's very important to point that out. So if I get a random, rally on Tesla, I'm going to assume that has some effect on Amazon. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh my God, Amazon should be pumping, but it might have a little bit of an effect on it due to it being in the same sector. The top of their sector. Nice little curl up here. Would be perfect timing, too, if we see the hold on SPY. And you can see, too, how I'm shifting around different setups, because some of them definitely look like they want to fall, but you really want to get the timing with the market, right? If SPY is going to hold this level, I want to have a long setup in the back of my head. If SPY is going to break this, I need to have a short setup in the back of my head, or just trade SPY itself, but it's up to you. Like me, I found IWM. If the market does pull back, IWM might come with it here short term. So that'd be a good short setup to go back to. Amazon, probably a decent long setup to get into. Just, again, being dictated by some of the pace here. Microsoft not looking too shabby either now that I come back to it. Because it was looking pretty bad here, but this was nice. Broke it up. They're not making it easy to read that chart, though. I won't lie. AMD. Nice little candle there on the 5-minute. Inside bar, 5-minute on SPY. Yo, thank you guys. 15 likes. Thank you again. See if we can get some damn movement on these charts. I said I didn't care about Trump, but SPY's acting like it does. Nice inside bar here, though. I would love to see some sort of decision made after that 5-minute inside bar. I might have to check the 15-minute here in a second. I'm sure that is providing some beautiful signals around this 50% level. And Amazon's still trying its best to work up. You're jumping on Walmart? Ooh, I knew I was missing something on this watch list. Amazon doing really good. Holy. Keep going. SPY timing might be perfect with that Amazon setup. Could be wrong, though. Oh, that's right. You were already... that's why I remembered Walmart. Because you were looking at it when it was doing this, and then it literally hit it. Next day hit 101. Still hanging around here, though. Kind of chilled. Nice gap up, though, here in comparison to its previous day. Yeah, not a bad setup. Let me add that to this list because I genuinely forgot about Walmart. And I don't mind swing trading Walmart. Damn, Amazon hit that level all in one candle. Alright, now this is what I talked about earlier. This is literally what I said earlier. I bar for bar, and this is when I was still shorting IWM. Talked about the low breaking, and if it doesn't go down and breaks the 50%, when I highlighted that little box earlier, I said it is going to go up and it has to test this. And I even said, it will have to do it in a very fast pace because it'll be too exciting and too obvious for people to see. So it's going to be a very quick reaction if it does get above this level, and it's going to go hit this. Literally just did it in one candle. I'm not trying to be that I told you so guy, but I'm literally bar for bar saying what this chart is going to do. I really like that open. I like that they didn't make it too obvious and they kind of dipped down to give us that little bit of a pullback. Because they could do the exact same thing right here. They could literally make everyone think, oh, we're definitely about to fly up everybody, and then reject. And then that's a lot of liquidity just sitting on the chart. Can go anywhere. But not bad showing by the bulls right now. They are above the open. They are technically an inside bar breakout, holding above that. So... it is bullish, but just also putting that caution out there. Walmart's holding that 100 support. Oh, yeah. I think I just like that I did that wick up that previous, or I guess that would be Friday. I keep saying previous day, but either way. Alright, so not a bad reaction so far. Amazon did benefit from that as we thought it would, just because that little curl up really was nice looking. And if we're going to have any kind of long setup work, it would be that one. I didn't take the time to go find more, but that was the first one we spotted. Tesla's not in a bad spot. It needs more info there for me to really enjoy that. Whereas Amazon, I had a bunch of candles curling. I mean, even Nvidia is a little bit more attractive just because it's already been getting that upward momentum. It's not its first time. Okay, is Amazon about to have one of those really dumb days where it just goes up crazy? Outside bar on the 15? Jesus. The inside bar hold of the 50% turned into on the 5-minute, turned into an outside bar on the 15-minute. That is nuts. Huge update, Garden. Thank you for that. That is genuinely beautiful. All right, let's get this chart back to the other one so we can see levels. And maybe I should just mark that level and then just move on. Oh wow, I marked it to the cent that time. I didn't think I was zoomed in enough to do that. All right, does it have the energy to go anywhere from there? That is our only fear now. Is anybody in here enjoying some of these updates though? Hopefully I'm being a little bit more directional, just because I know sometimes people are like, what the fuck, is he bullish or bearish? It really depends on the chart and the timing of SPY. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. I really hate when people are just so unaware of that too, because it's not just SPY, right? If I'm trading a tech chart, I need to be looking at something that's some sort of tech-related index, just to at least remind me what the overall tech market is doing, so you have something to base it off of. If you're saying this is bullish compared to the market, I call bullshit on you, you know, because you're not really giving me any explanation. Why did the high just now appear on? Oh, I'm on the wrong time frame. No, we're not. Oh, I guess it did make a new high. All right, well, new high of day is continuing on Amazon. That was honestly a perfectly timed Amazon explanation. I'm not trying to glaze myself, but it was. The IWM trade didn't quite work out. We had a little bit of a profit take towards that first dip. And then once we started looking at the market more and kind of discussing, okay, it's hit the spot where it needs to make its decision. That's where we trimmed. And then other half of it not doing so well. So it's already basically just slightly positive. But I am happy to see that the Amazon explanations came through clutch alongside SPY. Because that is something I heavily believe in, is the just awareness of the overall market when you're looking at something, right? Is Amazon the heaviest weight in SPY, guys? No, not even close. Actually, it might be a little closer than it was before. Let's go look. Yeah, it's fourth. Okay, so it is pretty close, but you know what I mean. It's not going to beat these three and has it for some time. Also, it's not a tech stock. It's discretionary. So Amazon, Tesla, McDonald's, Nike, Home Depot. It's really fun to look at those. Oh, whoops. I switched the wrong chart. And hopefully you guys get to have me update more tickers, not just SPY. That's kind of my goal moving forward, just because I have done that a long time now. So, which is funny, because when I first started out, I used to type out watch lists for like 10 to 12 different tickers every single day. But it did get a little tiring. It was a lot. And the explanations aren't as in-depth. If I sit there and go break above this, break below that, like you guys aren't cavemen. You know, you guys know my caveman explanation. I just don't see the point in saying that to you guys, you know, because it's so obvious. So I'd rather post less charts, or, you know, save the energy of posting less charts and actually giving a further in-depth explanation of, okay, this is where you want to be bullish from to this is where you want to be bearish from to this, you know, because you're not always, again, caveman thinking. It's not just, oh, red candle break level, start shorting. Like, no. I wish it was that easy. Sometimes it does require you to sit the fuck on your hands and wait for the next thing. To wait for, oh, is this fib going to hold or not? Oh, is this halfway point going to hold or not? Are they going to break and retake it? You know, sometimes you having that patience does end up giving you the opportunity. If you're jumping the gun a lot, you're probably missing out on some really good opportunities. And you probably see that too in your own trading reviews when you go back through them. You're probably like, wow, what the fuck? If I would have done this, if I would have done that. You know, just a small, minuscule change. But you can't just say that situationally. You got to come up with something that's consistent, that you can base off of inside of every single trade, or not trade, for instance. Maybe it stops you from a trade. But I found it to be very important. A true trigger of something. Dude, Amazon, what the fuck? I said you can go up if SPY goes up. SPY had one green candle, Amazon. What are you doing? Oh my god. New high every other second. I'm pretty proud of that one. I won't lie to you. I started looking at it too when I saw it was 4.38. I was like, wait a minute. Didn't we just say Nvidia's was crazy because it did the exact same thing? So I won't say that's 100% why it did that, but it definitely had a little bit to play in that. Because basically that's saying that the implied volatility for the day is always lower than this 4% of the time. Which that's fucking low. Hey, Carter's in chat. Let's go. It's always a good day when Carter's there. All right. Is there any other tickers that anyone might be looking at that I can submit into this chart here? Replace with Amazon? Replace Amazon with, I should say. I might want to switch that out now. AMD's doing good. Oh my god. Remember earlier I was like, this looks like shit. It really needs to retake this level if it wants to do anything. It did it. Holy AMD. That's not tradable at all, but that was pretty cool. MU doing exactly what we wanted to see MU doing. Where's Intel? It actually reminds me of Intel a lot. Yep. If you go to the Intel daily, that's what that reminds me of. It's kind of like at the spot where it needs to hold. It's just, dude, show some price action. It did good with this candle. Now follow up. But Intel's not a bad setup either. I was telling myself too that level's fucking far from that. I probably aim at like 236.50. Like that's a realistic target from that. 238.15 might actually hit. Held PDCP, now retested currently open. Can we hold and go? Dude, great update. A lot of information, and he typed out 5 words in that sentence. Oh, I didn't even see that message from Woots. Why? Am I blind? I did not see that post, and I literally messaged. I posted right under that. I am blind. Sorry, guys. I am updating the Discord like crazy right now. I am a demon on the computer today. We are less than $1 away from 238.15 on Amazon. What the actual F? What song am I listening to? This thing is bad. Let's find some music that actually sounds like music. What's everybody been listening to lately? You guys been rocking with the rap lately? I know, or not dubstep. What's the new shit called now? I forgot what they call it, like funk or whatever. That shit's pretty big now. Kid Cut, dude, you're a god. I didn't have to finish that sentence. No, that was a pretty based comment. Eminem, never a wrong answer, honestly. Eminem's kind of timeless. Like, you could just listen to him whenever. It probably sounds just amazing as it did. Like, that's just how good he is. It is funny though when you randomly go to like YouTube and you see like on your feed, like it'd be like a, I don't know why too, because I don't even click on all of them, but sometimes I do. But it's always like a 50 Cent interview, and 9 times out of 10, it's always like a funny story about Eminem. Those are always pretty funny to hear. Honestly, there's another guy that's like that too. What's his name? I don't want to say his name wrong. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, I was right. No, that's not the right name actually. What is that guy's name? Oh, Frank Ocean. That's who I'm thinking of. That's another person that scares a lot of other rappers, like in real life, not just like music type shit. It's always funny to hear those interviews. I only knew about that one though because of Tyler, the Creator. That guy is fucking hilarious. But all of his friends are like pretty tough. Not like the goofy ones you see on camera, like the ones that he doesn't always have on camera. Those guys are scary. Spy is making it up into the 649.50s, guys. All day we have said if we hold basically the area from the halfway or the 648 level. Sorry, I'm just saying shit now. To the gap halfway point. If we are above this area, we should move up. If we're breaking this area, we should probably move down into the close, maybe even the little eve there. And then we'll see if we can make it down to 646.20s. But it didn't. Inside bar on the 5, outside bar on the 15. Thank you to Garden Trader for pointing that out to me as well. And we have made a slight move up. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, guys, we're fucking dominating the market. It didn't do what Amazon did. No, but it's trying. That's the best we can get from it. I'm not going to sit here and bitch. But decent move up so far. I almost posted in the wrong channel. And I'm trying better to post some of the updates in my levels channel because I know some people are like at work and they can't even hear this. They have to just check Discord every now and then. So thanks, by the way, guys, for 20 likes. I'm honestly impressed we continuously hit 20 likes. You know, we used to almost hit 100 likes in some streams, and now I get happy with 20. I was honestly, I heard the most humbling thing ever one time, and it was from a very large streamer. I can't even remember which streamer it was, but whoever it was gave some pretty based advice, or just like a tip to any person who streams. Because I see so many streamers get like burnt on how many likes and shit they get. I mean, I say it because I'm kind of like I kind of have to. Like, you guys like to stream, give you exposure. Like, you kind of have to do that, but I see some people get really worked up over that, and I'm really glad I've never really cared about that because that would really be fucked up. But the thing they were saying though is like when it comes to streaming, like even just getting one person to watch you is like so fucking hard. And when you finally get that, like you never want to let go of that person. But I get like 20 to 25 people consistently, you know, so I don't care how many people I get. Like, that's already the coolest thing to me. Like, I could not give a fuck if we ever got 100 people in here, or 70 people in here, 50 people in here. Like, I don't care. Like, because those 15, 20, 25 people are going to be consistent. They're going to be a very quality person. You know, someone who is engaged. I should say that's what I mean by quality person. Like, they're engaged in the community. They actually give somewhat of a shit. You don't have to give a complete shit, but somewhat of one. So I always thought that was the coolest thing. And every time I think about that, it's good. It was good. It was a good tip. Because you can go to Twitch right now or go to YouTube or Kick or whatever you guys like to watch streaming stuff on. And there's plenty of people that are on there streaming with like 3, 4, 5 people every day. It's just kind of it's a cool grind, but it just shows you that there is so many people streaming that it really is like that limited. You know, I didn't check all the implied volatilities, but I could have swore a lot of those rose, which makes sense with some of the prices moving up. If you guys missed out on that, by the way, I think if you go back about like 20 or 30 minutes, I'm going to cut it out of the stream as well and make a video, but a members only video. I just want you guys to see it. But I'll have the IV dashboard stuff reposted if you guys missed it. If anybody wants to see it again, I'll pull it up. Nobody really said anything when I showed it the first time, so showing it the second time might draw a reaction. Oh, Rob, that's really good information. Let me read that out loud for everybody. He said, "Oh, another thing for us Americans. The French government is set to have a vote today, which will probably result in the government collapsing once again. I don't know if or how it will affect the markets, but just wanted to throw it out there." That's a wild post, if true, though. I don't think he's wrong, though. I think that French guy, or Macron, I think he is genuinely having to ask Trump for help, though. It wouldn't be the first time, either. This would be the third or fourth time this guy has asked Trump for help. Japan's prime minister stepped down over the weekend, too? Bro, what the fuck happened this weekend? Who pissed off who this weekend? Did the communists win? Why is everyone stepping? Dude, the entire world's leadership is changing right now. It's weird. I don't really care, but it will impact the markets. The markets will care. They will price that in. Didn't happen today. Also, what impact does that French news have? I want to see how much is true to that. Oh, it is actually true news. There is actually a chance that the French government is going to collapse today. He's not even bullshitting. There's a live stream right now. We don't want to watch the French Parliament, but I had to see this. Oh, they are actually, yeah, they're going live. 24 minutes ago. Okay, maybe Rob isn't spitting just hot air in our ass. He's actually telling us the truth. Which, that's kind of where my head went anyway, because why would Rob lie to us? That's Rob. Rob doesn't do that. Be more like Rob. Well, I'm not going to sit here and be like, let's all start shorting everything, but that is some pretty big news in my opinion. Is anyone in here looking at anything outside of SPY or Amazon or IWM or any of the bigger tickers we were looking at? If you guys are, I would love to go take a peep, but let me know if you guys are looking at anything different. I know my boy's looking at Walmart. Keeping an eye on UNH and Intel for long-held swing and / investment. Oh, I actually like Intel. I don't know if you've seen my post or not, but I have been trying to keep it somewhat updated here and there. I think it's in the premium channel. Yeah, I've been watching that too. It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. And then you said UNH. I actually love how many people in chat are watching UNH or have it at least on their watch list. I don't expect everyone to like sit there and trade it a bunch, but just having it on watch, knowing that it's going to have a lot of active trading and charting to look at, I think that's very cool. Did you say you're going to clip that IV discussion? It seemed interesting, but I haven't been able to focus today. Yes, I am going to clip it. I actually even added a stream marker. I'm getting better at that. But if you want me to go over it again, dude, I really don't mind. I was having fun making it, so. And nobody said anything the first time I showed it. So I'd be glad to show you again or go over it again. It's basically, if I was to put it in like a super dumbed down version, like I was talking, well, actually, I guess a kid wouldn't understand that either. But I'd basically just say that it's just a tool that gives us information on what the market is pricing in, right? That doesn't always mean, yes, it's going to go up. Yes, it's going to go down. But it can give us a better sense of direction for something. Like with NVIDIA and Amazon today, these are going to be really easy examples because their percentile is so low, meaning there's a very rare chance they are going to go down with that implied volatility. But it is possible. So I don't like to sit there and be like, it's 100% going to go up. It's 100% going to go down. But it's basically just getting information for the day, for the week, and for the month based on just a couple points from the stock or index, whatever I'm looking at. But it's just taking away from the data that is basically just the market pricing and what is going to happen next. We don't know that, and it's not 100%. But it can help us with our probability kind of thinking, where we're sitting here like, oh, we're above the halfway point. Oh, we're above this. You know, this would be something you check before the open. This would be something you check after close to remind yourself, okay, what does this look like? Is this looking a little bit more favored towards the bulls? You know, is this a buyer's option chart where it actually looks like the options for buyers look a little bit more attractive? Or is this a seller's chart where the options for selling looks a little bit better? We'll know that based on lower high implied volatility. But yeah, I will clip it. I should probably do like an actual video for it for you guys, not just clipping it from stream, but it's just a little bit easier. But here, Dr. J, say a ticker from the left. You can't say NVIDIA, though. We already did NVIDIA. I'll pull it up. Because I kind of wanted to do another one anyway. Ignore all the code that I don't understand. Bull? Wow, that's a good one. Now, Bull's going to be an interesting one. I'm glad you said this one, because it's actually the only one on here besides UNH that has a more in-between IV percentile, and that has to do with it being a very volatile stock. It doesn't, its future isn't set, right? You can see it says 94%. We're going to get down to that here in a second. And then 55, which that's very crazy. So, 94.30. 55.24. Oops. Yeah, see? It's different from what I was looking at earlier where everything was like yellow or light green. This is legit like orange. So it has a lot higher implied volatility, meaning it's not as favorable for buyers yet. Now, that doesn't mean it's favorable for sellers yet either. It's actually kind of in the median. It's smack dab in the middle of its gradient. Maybe a little bit more towards the sellers even. But you can see here too, that literally lines up with what I just said too. So right here, these are important numbers right here. And that's kind of what takes away to make this little chart. But for the day, that's its percentile. And it splits it up into, like I told you earlier, it'll use a math equation. It just does basically the, it does the implied volatility divided by the square root of, and then number of days or months. So days, you get this number. Weeks, you get this number. Months, you get this number. So, and then I made it spit out to me low, medium, or high, because I wanted to be able to also display, is that good for buyers? If it was low, it'd be more favorable to buyers. If it was high, it'd be more favorable for a seller's options market. When it's in medium, it's not really favorable to either side. And I was able to kind of tell that because I've been looking at this more and more now. But I also, basing it off of how the other ones were so small, a lot more of these are kind of in like a buyer's options market based on just its IV percentile. But it kind of adds into the whole thesis, though, of like some of the things you might already be looking at. So this could be something you're looking at, and maybe you're like, everything's 50-50, and you get these kind of results. That lines up perfectly with everything you were looking at. So it's just an extra thing to look at, but I thought it was cool to look at. Plus, they don't have this information. They don't have this information on Thinkorswim. I can't pull this up and tell myself, is that high or low? You just have to know that it's high or low. You have to go Google, oh, is this high compared to its historical implied volatility? Like, I don't fucking know that. I don't have the time to go Google that every time I'm looking at something. So I'd rather have a tool that just does it all in one quick, swift move. And that's exactly why I did that. Great example, by the way. I'm glad you said bull. That was a good challenging one because it's not like any of the... Like, most of these are very low. These would all be like light green or yellow. And it would say low right here. And I'm sure there's some other things I need to tweak, but so far this is kind of what I like. We can do another one. Give me another one. So Ivy shows if market expects a move and we use the BB system to guess. Exactly. This is just something else to look at. You don't even have to do this at all. I just really found it interesting, to be honest with you. Plus, implied volatility really is like a slept-on topic. Like, here's my notes on this, just to show you how deep it goes. Like, it's not easy, and it sometimes can be a little confusing. Like, here's that math equation I was telling you. Divided by the square root of 252. It's just like insane math. Fuck that. But yeah, so like low IV, like 25% for instance. Options are cheaper, often better for buyers. Higher IV, like 60% or higher. Options can be expensive, often better for sellers, credit spreads, covered calls, etc. Comparisons. Compare IV to Apple's historical IV range. Again, I don't have time. You don't have time to Google all this shit while you're trying to look at something. So that's why I came up with that little tool thing. Example, 25% IV might be low if Apple usually trades between 20 and 60%, but high if Apple usually trades between 15 and 30. So that's why you have to understand what is that historical data also. I think my favorite point on here, though, that I've typed out. Where is it? Oh, right here. This one. Even if you don't do all that math, you could still use this part just off of a one look. So if I drag this over here, so you see how it says 7.31 in its percentile for MSTR? So this one right here says, over the past 12 months, Apple's IV has been higher than about 85.75% of the time. That was basing off my old numbers from that. When its IV percentile is 14.25, meaning if it's lower than 14.25, I mean, that means it is lower than 14.25, right? You would take the opposite of that number, the rest of that number out of 100, and that would be how much percentage higher than that implied volatility. So it's kind of helpful. So you could look at this and be like, for MSTR, like 7.31. That means this implied volatility is lower than this 7% of the time. So it's just kind of fun, like, knowing that quick little information. Again, if you guys are just focused on, like, charts and stuff, please do. Like, don't change it. But this is for something that's for, like, someone who might already be established in the group and just wants an extra little tool they can use. That's kind of why I came up with it. I'm doing Tesla right now. Yeah, Tesla's not horrible. But you could probably tell that even just by seeing the chart. You go to it, there's like, wow, this thing's consolidating. Like, I bet Coin has the similar results. Let's do it again. Coin 56.99, 10.1. Yeah, it's like almost the exact same. Hey, nothing happened. And then after I did that, I took like a lot of extra time and I went through it. I pretty much cleared all these charts except SPY because we've been charting SPY actively every day in here. But every other chart I just kind of like cleared, reset. I even deleted all my drawing sets because it was just kind of annoying me how I had like 4 per chart. But that's because it's my fault. So something like Oracle should be very high. Let's look. I think you're right. I don't even have to look. I can tell you it's going to be high. I want to look at it now, though. Let's see. I want to see my first red. That orange one was the first orange one I've seen. Where am I going? I was going to say, it's going to be pretty high. I've never seen it say 75 before. This might be red. Oh, it's close. That one's very close. So yeah, see how your theory worked though? That's logical. What you just came up with. Good shit. Great example by Dr. J. So yeah, it's pretty high. Don't ask me what the IV threshold is. I'm pretty sure that's just an overall average of like, you know how if you split 100 into 3, you get 33, 33, 33. 0.33 on repeat. That's what this is. It's splitting the chart up into 2/3. So there's no deeper thinking beyond that. It's just a threshold. I could probably delete it because it might confuse some people, but I kind of liked it there. Because it shows like, okay, even though it's at 66% or above it, like that kind of gives you that estimate of like, okay, that is a shit ton. Good shit, Dr. J. Round of applause, dude. Seriously, thank you. That was a helpful example. Because, yeah, like I said, like bull. You said bull 55. Like, I haven't even seen one that high. This was way higher. That's nuts. Find me one that says 99. Yeah, hopefully somebody or some of you guys like that. It's something to just pull up on the stream. I haven't really quite figured out how to share it besides just sharing the Python code or the Google Collab code itself. But it's mainly just for the stream. Just pull, hey, what's this got? What's that got? I'll probably be looking at it before open and after closes some days too, just to kind of give myself a better relative info on like what is this or what is that, and to kind of align some thoughts. Like, what if Oracle having that earnings didn't have that high IV percentile? What if it was really low and the implied volatility is really low? It's like, okay, we need to be looking at this. But maybe not, because we don't really need to be coming up with strategies for trading earnings. I don't think that's going to be feasible. But just a cool theory, though. Probably something like Open, which has been going crazy. Oh, not crazy percentile, but insane IV. Now let's see that. Let's see what that does to our little thing. To our little tool. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Open. Okay. It's a darkish yellow. It's going more towards the orange side, I'd say. I don't care, dude. That implied volatility is insane. That is insane. They're pricing in like a fucking shit ton of movement on that chart. And then saying half the time it is above that, half the time it is below that. Like, that's nuts. The fact that it's just a flip of a quarter. Yeah, hopefully some people enjoy seeing that be pulled up on the stream here and there. I won't lie, I spent a lot longer than I'll admit on that. I think I went through like 12 or 13 different iterations for it to actually like not just work how I wanted it to, but to look how I wanted. Because I didn't want to like pull it up on stream and it just be a bunch of like ugly ass little displays or something. There was also an option to do it all live without me ever doing anything, but I wanted it to be plug and play. I wanted it to be like, okay, what's this? What's that? Like, me use it as I want. But also not have to look up the equations for figuring out for the day, for the week, for the month. I wanted to be able to get that information instantly. Because what if I'm not looking at a day trade setup? What if I'm looking at a bigger time frame? I don't need to be looking at that day's volatility. I need to probably look at the week or the month. A huge difference in the mindset. And sometimes it is a big difference. Not going to say every time, but... Yo, on God, there was literally like 4 or 5 people who joined stream, liked the stream, and then had to get off. Shout out to whoever the fuck that was. I saw that. Shout out to whoever that was. That was pretty real. Damn. That was a cool message to get. I won't expose it, but that was a cool message. Or not expose. I won't share. But thank you for that, if you're still in here. Somebody DMs me. I'm not going to sit there and read it all out. That's very cool, though. How's everybody in the stream doing? Vibe check. Vibe check. It is officially past 10. I'm 10 minutes late on my vibe check. Vibe check on everybody in stream. Are you alive? Are you at work? Are we all busy? How's the stream? How are you? Did you hydrate? Have you stood up in the past hour and a half? Or walked at least a little bit? Alive and getting ready for work. What is up, Adam? Honestly, always a great time when you're in here. I hope you're doing good. Hungover, I'm hydrating. Hey, man, at least you're being honest. You totally could have just, like, slept in, not said a damn thing in stream. Respect. Yeah, hydrate up. Hydrate up. Hydration is king. Yeah, I wish I could stay and trade. It's been a fun day. Hey, Adam, you were here, though. I do appreciate that. Vibing with the gang, stuck in the warehouse. No runs for me today. Feels weird. Damn, okay, so I didn't even know you did that. I didn't even know you had days like that. That's very cool. I mean, you probably are bored out of your mind, but I think that's kind of cool. You get a day of less driving around, like, dude, good shit. I didn't know you had it like that, honestly. I thought you were literally just driving around every day. That's cool you're at the warehouse. That is very weird, though. I guess no one needs oxygen today. You got one of those work earbuds that, like, wrap around your neck? Is a rare day. Yeah, I swear I've never heard you say the word warehouse in here. Or, like, chilling at a warehouse, at least. That's funny. Now, you're always on the move when you're in here. I will always remember that, too, because it is kind of impressive to me how you're always joining in here. And I think the thing that impresses me the most, and I'll get to it at the end here, he always is in the stream, and he's always engaging, and he's always doing this, always trying to get better while at work or while he's busy, or maybe when he's not busy. Who cares, right? But what's impressive to me is that he just does that, and never once have I ever seen Alexis complain. I don't think I've ever seen that man complain once. In chat, anywhere, openly. I mean, maybe he does it to himself, like, who knows? But I don't think he does. I think he's just that strong. And it honestly is, like, kind of motivating sometimes, because it's like, you know what? Why am I bitching? This guy's not bitching. It's a humbling experience. Waiting for SPX to claim 6508 and hold go to the 6520. Sorry, I almost read that wrong. But we will see what happens. What's up, Eric? It's always a good time seeing Eric in here, too. I'll switch Amazon for that. Just kidding. No, I'm not. We're switching Spy for Amazon. The 7. They just palm Berettas. Let's see here. Yeah, good looks. I was basically just saying watch this level this morning for SPX, and if it falls under new low, could make it to here, but it was really that gap path waypoint that made everything today. That higher open was really nice, the liquidity grab. I didn't even check to see if that was hitting, but I'm sure it did. Yeah, liquidity grab at the halfway point. Oh. Not a bad chart. Are you a truck driver? Me or Alexis? Alexis delivers, like, oxygen tanks and shit. Like, he keeps people alive. He's like a fancy delivery driver. He's not delivering pizzas. This man's delivering life. Appreciate you, fam. Much love means a lot. You too, man. I always appreciate you in here. We got a few big boy leaders in here today. I see Alexis, Carter, and Eric all typing at the same time. Took the day off because the Ravens game last night. Still pissed. Oh, dude. It's got to be a pain being a Ravens fan. Like, and that's coming from a Texans fan. I love the Ravens, though. I'm literally a Texans fan. I like the Ravens organization. You don't know how many fucking Lamar Jackson cards I have. Still in a 650 same day? Okay. I will not bother you. Oh, not same day. One day. SPX Pro time, so if we can hold above, we should continue up. No, I agree, Eric. I agree. Good levels, too. I think each of your levels I'm like within 2 or 3 of. So those are pretty good. Safe trips. Yeah, Alexis, you better stay safe. Yo, what's up, though, Nard? What were we drinking? What was the poison of choice? I gotta know. Or was it like, what do they call those things? Spritzers or whatever the fuck they're called. Oh, that was a good stretch. Lower open on the last 5-minute candle on SPX and a pretty nice pullback, but it's got a lot of time in that candle still. I am on the 5-minute on that screen. It's got a lot of time. In terms of like a scalper's timeline. Yo, how heavy are those oxygen tanks, Alexis? Or are there different size ones? And I'm just tripping balls. Those Clubtails margaritas, they do not have 10%. It's more. Oh, yeah, no. If you're getting a margarita from like a sport event or like a bar where they can definitely like choose how much is going in it, you're most likely getting a lot more than that. Because I remember the one time I got margaritas at like a Texans game. And I went back and got a second one because I was like, man, that first one did do shit to me. And I'm feeling great, blah, blah, blah. Bro, I was gone after that second one. I did not need that second one. That shit creeps up on you, man. Margaritas are dangerous because they just like, they taste great. And they will fuck you up. SPX from low of day to current high of day, 50% equals CDO. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So we can still see a healthy pullback before breaking. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. A little buffer. No, I agree. Plus, it did just rip, so I think it's allowed to have a little bit of a buffer, like you're saying. A buffer and then another potential chance at that all-time high, like you said. Or going towards it, I should say. No, that is a good game plan. That is a good game plan. Or just explanation of the chart, I should say. We got different sizes for different prescriptions. The heaviest is 125 pounds, and it's liquid oxygen. Jesus Christ. We supply clinics with those ones. Bro, there's people sucking on liquid oxygen. That's that primo. I did not need the third or... Dude, what? You had 4? You're nuts. Woke up like, fuck, it's past night. Woke up like, damn it, what is today? That's actually so funny. Oh, that's good. That's that good H2. Bro, you're... on God. That's that good O2. That H2O O2. That's that good... Yeah. That's that I'm going to live another 10 years liquid oxygen. I didn't know he sold primo oxygen. I didn't know he had it like that. No, you're good. It was funny though because liquid oxygen. It's like H2O O2. It's like a stupid. It's not that funny. The more I said it, the more I was like, wait a minute. Every time I look at that left side chart, I'm so used to that being SPY. I was like, bro, when did SPY do that? kicked myself out like twice just now. Oh, we can delete these. I don't need Oracle on here. I guess we could leave open. There's a few people in my chat who post that. We shall leave it. Where is Spix? Oh, I guess let's replace it with Spix. Specs. That's actually how you say SPX really quickly, is Specs. Because people who traded are alcoholics. Just kidding. How's it going? We can delete me. No, don't delete me. What the hell? I would never delete you, Fipo. Oh, Fipo, do you want to see my new tool? I made it the other day. All right, choose a stock on the left side, and you can't choose NVIDIA. And you can't choose... Okay, that's pretty much it. Yeah, you can't choose NVIDIA, but you can choose anything from this left side. And Bull, you can't choose Bull. Anything but NVIDIA or Bull. AMD, okay. 1 second. Let me put up. Ah! Alright. Alright, so the first number I'm taking is that left side column. So where's AMD? Where you at, babe? There she is. 46 and 11.1. Alright, so 46, 11.1. And it shows me the implied volatility, and it splits it up. It does all this math. I was explaining it to everybody in here. Like 25.55% divided by the square root of 252. Like, I'm not doing that. So that's what this does a lot for me. So I can split up the implied volatility for the day, the week, the month. And also, it'll tell me if that's relatively low, medium, or high. And I can have a color-coded chart here to kind of help me with that too. So it just kind of tells me if something is a little bit higher volatility or lower volatility, if it's better for a buyer's market or better for a seller's market. Like for options, that's all we're really focused on with that, with just options. But like with, what was the one we did? It was Oracle. Oracle had a lot higher because it has earnings tomorrow. And logically speaking, we should all understand that it should have higher implied volatility. So that is kind of cool. And then the percentile kind of helps us too, with just kind of narrowing down. I could show you on here too. How much something is above or below something. So let's say Apple's IV percentile was 14.25. And over the past month, past 12 months, Apple's IV has been higher than that about 85.75% of the time. So if its IV is 25.55% and its percentile is 14.25, that means this is higher about that much of the time. So it's just a simple way of spitting out all this information into this quickly. But yeah, so just somewhat slightly helpful, but it's a cool little extra tool to throw on the streams. Sorry guys, I had to show that in front of Fipo. He's kind of cool. I had to look cool. SPX currently rejecting at the hidden retest from CDO to current high of day. Good update by Eric. Keep it coming, Eric. Hope you've been doing good, by the way, Eric. I know you've just been grinding and all that stuff. New high of day on Amazon again. You're kind of cool. No, dude, you're more than kind of cool. And yeah, guys, thanks for all the likes on today's stream. Seriously. 28 is honestly pretty fucking good. Pretty proud of that. Just checking Discord to see if anybody's alive or burning the house down. Doesn't look like it though. What did we do today? We did a lot of updates, honestly. I shorted IWM for a very small period of time. Took profits into this right before this candle's opening. Kind of glad I did as I saw that candle opening. And then I had to get the rest out after the next 5-minute candle. So only slight profits on that trade. We called out Amazon today because of that short and me getting out of it and understanding that upside short term is very possible. I went to go and try to search for an upside setup. So I went to something that was kind of in the same timing as SPY. You can see SPY was actually holding this at about... I should really turn that setting back on, so y'all can actually see what the fuck I am even hovering over. Where is that at? There it is. Y'all can see that now. So it bounced into this at about 9:15, 9:20, 9:25. So between 9:15 and 9:25, I want to just check that out for the Amazon chart. Oh, I didn't turn it on for all charts. That's embarrassing. There we go. Whoa, that's trippy. I'm not even on the Amazon chart and it's still showing it. That's creepy. Normally it does that when you're on the same chart. I'll have to figure that out. That's a little weird. But back to what we were talking about. 9:15 to 9:25. So you can see 9:15 is actually when that candle started appearing. I brought it up around this candle before this one started popping. It was towards the beginning of this candle. I don't want to freak anybody out and be like, oh my god, he called it out right here. Like, no, I didn't bring it up till it was about right here. But what we liked about it was not just the timing. As you can see around 9:15 to 9:25, that's when the breakout occurred with the short-term hold of this area, which the reason we're basing it off of this is because we're bullish above this, we're bearish below this. It's very, very important that we understand that before the markets even open. And we did. So we can use that in our advantage. We see something holding like this, we can go to a setup and see, okay, is it curling? Is it holding? And what we really liked was this curling action that it had off these lows. And it wasn't like it had, you know, some crazy seller candles or anything. It had one, then we had a very, very weak, indecisive candle. And we know it's weak and indecisive because it has very long legs on each side of the candle, and the body is very, very, very tiny, right? Just like this one, just not as insane. Just like this one, just not as insane. But all three weak candles, kind of relying on whatever happens next. We got a nice little curl up, and it actually gave us a good timing on SPY holding as well. So that's what allowed this chart to actually move up pretty well in a timely fashion. So for anybody that's in options, they're not getting completely screwed. What else did we do today? Just a lot of breakdowns, really. Then we covered the IV dashboard. What else? Really just covered a bunch of stuff. But for call-outs and stuff, that was the gist of it. And you don't have to DM me. You can literally send chats in the group, in the stream, but if that's what you want, sure. I'll read it. But yeah, that's what we did today. Your YouTube chat is odd? Yeah, game plan was money today. Did you... Here, wait, it might be this, Fipo. Sometimes it says top chat, and it'll literally not show every message. But then you can hit live chat, and sometimes it'll, like, show more. I don't know. YouTube is just fucking annoying, I'll be honest. It says message can't be sent. What the hell? What is this profile pic? I can't zoom in on it. That's annoying. Okay, I figured it was this, but I was wrong. It's just YouTube, dude. YouTube is just so... I always bitch about it, but YouTube is pretty ass. I do like the different things it has now, but it is pretty far behind on, like, Twitch in terms of, like, just streaming. If YouTube didn't have videos, they would have died already. If it was just solely focused on streaming, they would have already died. I guess I should find a different setup for this left side chart. No, don't change SPY. Tesla's down today, guys. That's pretty interesting. Implied volatility is a little higher than most of the chain in front of us here, but they're a lot of the time above that, is what that's telling us. Ooh, Microsoft could get another leg up. We see that SPY move up here again. Microsoft could take part of that. It's from your old Xbox clan. That's what's up. Yeah, I couldn't zoom in on it, but I was like, man, this is like a presidential looking profile pic. SPX from bounce of the hidden retest. If we make a higher low below the previous all-time high, we could see more downside. New high of day and could see more upside. No, you're right. 100% on. I'll just put this on SPX again. Can you please look at MSTR? Yeah, no problem. I actually did look at it earlier in the stream. Why did I do that? In the stream, but I'll look at it again. I was mainly looking at it from a daily time frame POV. I don't know if you're looking at like bigger time frame or smaller time frame, but I was pretty much only focused on bigger. And I was 100% focused on this high right here. If you go from the high to the open of that, that's kind of where they had this drawback, and then where they finally broke up, held it with an inside bar breakup. So I just thought that was relatively important. But you see it over here on the far right, and that's where we're currently trading around. So the other day, I was actually saying MSTR shorts look good. I didn't short it because it was too expensive. We ended up trading like Starbucks. And actually, speaking of Starbucks, where is that thing? I just fucking croaked. All right, let's go back to MSTR before I lose my shit. But yeah, so that's what that reminded me of when I was looking at that. But honestly, it didn't pull back like Starbucks, so the fact it's still hanging around here could mean this is a liquidity grab going into this again, but I would still be a little bit more bearish than bullish until I actually see that. Because as you can see, loss and retake didn't do shit the first time. So that doesn't mean it has to do anything the second time either. And isn't this heavily crypto related as well? MSTR, isn't this like MicroStrategy or something? So I would definitely watch it alongside your Bitcoin chart, which I do have that updated. I just don't post it a lot. But they actually don't look too bad. They look like they are trying to do a liquidity grab on the Bitcoin chart. So maybe they are headed towards 118,000 again. Dude. Oh my god. Why did I even look at that? Alright, I'm just going to go back to another chart. Oh my god. I'm scared to even look at that again. Oh, DataJ just told me what was up, Fipo. He said YouTube froze Fipo's message. He said, hey, sucker, and I had to approve it. My first moderation. That doesn't make any sense, though. We have seen way worse than the word sucker typed in there. Is sucker like a word that's not supposed to be said in YouTube? He typed "da fuck." But he can't say suckers? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah, I see it right here. Hey, sucker. I didn't see that earlier. Oh, that's why he said that. Bro, see, it was YouTube. We were right to default blame it on YouTube. We were right to do that. But yeah, Dev, I would definitely focus on this with like Bitcoin. But honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. Just from my POV, Bitcoin's not looking too bad. So I would be looking at this to try and retake this. And honestly, sometimes when I don't know where something's going, I'll go to the weekly and I'll try to see if there's like a backwards fib I can draw. And there isn't really one I can draw here. Meaning like if you go from like your high to your low where it pulled back from, you can actually go from your low to your high and use it for like forward targets. But it's not even near that to have that conversation. And it wouldn't really be fair to be like, well, this is one, right? Wow, that's crazy how that lined up with that level. That was not planned. That's 2 cents off. Okay, so that level's pretty important. Yeah, so I'd be looking to see if this is doing a liquidity grab before it dips more. But also on the understanding that this is definitely a little bit more bearish than bullish. It's just The fact that it's related to Bitcoin, I just can't sit there and be like, yeah, short that. When Bitcoin literally looks like it's about to pop off these lows and go to 118,000 again. That's just me, though. I'm not even the biggest crypto nerd, but crypto does look good right now. That was a good ticker to bring up, by the way. I want you to personally know that I found that one on my own as well, and I was looking at it the past few days because it's the daily chart's very active. I saw the options weren't the worst. A little bit pricier than I was expecting, but it still didn't do that bad. Oh, dude. I can't get Starbucks out of my head. Oh, nice, Nard. Thank you for actually posting on that channel. Made a pretty chart. Let's see. Ooh, nice room above the price's head right there, too. Oh, that is SPY. That is a pretty chart. I will agree. That is actually a pretty chart. Not just saying that. Not drowning in information on the chart. You can't see what the hell the candlesticks even look like. Like, it looks beautiful. RBRK. Am I tripping? That is a real ticker. What is this? I looked at it first, like, is this Reebok? Rubrik. Data protection and cloud. Okay, so. Dude, I was about to say the monthly and weekly probably look crazy because that spike up it's having. I don't like to do that on the monthly. Gotta do it on the weekly, I think. Let me go from the low to the high. Still way above the 50% of that. And what did this backwards fib look like? Oh my. Pretty bullish chart. I don't really know what else to even talk about, honestly. It's so you know how today on Amazon we were really liking that curl up? This is like the grown up version of that. This is a pretty strong curl up. I would expect this to hit the highs. Based off of what I see right here, right now, no other information than that. That looks like it does at least want to test the highs or the meat of them at least, which it is pretty close to that already. But that curl up is sexy. I really love the curling. The rounding it has. Thank you. Made it for today and slept in. LOL. No kicking and screaming in my head. Yeah, no, I mean, that's good. You still, like, woke up, got something done. I mean, like, you won't feel like crap now because at least you got up, you did something, you got something somewhat productively done, you know, and something you could go over, review in your head. Or who knows, maybe end of day you catch something. I don't want to cut off the opportunity there, but no, I agree with you. It's like that whole, like, drill sergeant motivation bullshit where they're like, get up, make your bed, do this, do that, like, just to accomplish something. Like, that really is kind of what that is. Like, getting up, getting your chart ready. You can at least be like, okay, well, going into tomorrow, I'll be ready. No, that's nice. And you get to sleep in after being, you know, having a good time, so it was worth. Can't hate on that. What's your take on this, though, Alexis? Is the other one that has earnings as well? Oh, this has earnings? I didn't even pay attention to that. Oh, it did have earnings. Oh, no, it does. What? Tomorrow. Why is that on today's candle? All right, hold up. I'll put it in the IV thing because I just want to see. It does kind of remind me of how Oracle was, though, where it was like orange. I bet this is going to be orange. Almost positive. Yeah, I was correct on the orange. It is a bit orange. Medium, medium, medium. As soon as you start cooking, you're gonna miss the next move. Same way as it. No, that's how it works, dude. That's how it works. The market's literally like turned sideways from you, and it's got like part of its side eye open, looking at you. It's like, all right, as soon as he fucking moves, as soon as he looks away from me, and then as soon as you got to do something, it's like, all right, all right. Let the extrinsic value pour through. No, it really be like that. You're not even tripping. Guys, I was bragging about us finally getting above 20 likes again. Thank you guys for over 30. I mean, when I say bragging, I mean like to myself. Like, yes, we got over 20 again. 30 is fucking nuts, guys. Thank you. I was just explaining how hard it is like for people to maintain like 2 or 4 viewers to continuously bring them back. But seriously, thank you guys. I really do appreciate that. Head to toe. And all the memberships too, on YouTube especially. Thank you guys again. Like, it's crazy how some of you have maintained some of that, even when I went inactive for like a couple weeks at a time. I've been back at it again, hitting it hard, but I still, that doesn't go unnoticed. I do appreciate that. And make sure if you do have a colored name in my YouTube chat right now, that means you do have a membership on YouTube. To go check the YouTube part of the YouTube part of YouTube, the membership part of my YouTube. I have actually been posting a couple things here and there. So just make sure you take advantage of that. And there's honestly a lot to go through. As you can see, over 100 videos. It's actually closer to 200. But I have put up a couple of the more recent ones. Some of them are from my stream because, to be honest, I don't blame you guys for not going back and reviewing a whole ass stream. I mean, who the hell does that? So I do like to take some of the most important clips from them, and I'll post them as like member-only videos, so you guys have those to constantly go back and refer to. Sometimes it's a trade that we took in stream together. Sometimes it's a trade review someone did, or maybe it's just something I was going over and I want to cut it. So you guys have that. Because who wants to dig inside of a 3-4 hour stream for 7 to 8 minutes of information? But yeah, seriously, thank you guys again. Take a look at the RBRK chart on the 3-month. Let me know what you think. Or let me know what you see. 3-month. Am I reading that right? I don't even have a 3-month. I gotta make that. No, that's the time interval. Wait, what? You're on Thinkorswim? If you say TradingView, I'm gonna grab you through the screen. Bro, my YouTube chat's bugging out too. It keeps throwing a +1 on my screen on one of these symbols. Okay, Alexis. Yeah, that explains it then. I'm like, brother. I'm like, I don't think I can even do that on here. I'd have to like actually go in there and create that custom time frame. I'll get to it later, but just send me a screenshot. You can DM me if you don't want to post it in chat. Or post it in chat. But I would like to see that because that is interesting. Yeah, sorry about that. I was like, this man has to be on TradingView. I knew you weren't saying the 3-minute. I won't lie though, Alexis, it doesn't look that bad. I just don't know too much about it or what sector it's in. I know that it's related to cloud, but I don't know how heavily that is. You can post it on chat. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I will peep it. I will peep it for sure. I do always take my time to look at things you send though, because you and Frankie especially. You, Frankie, username. I'll definitely look at a lot of those individual time frames. Just to kind of see if there's a setup y'all are seeing. Yeah, the monthly did look good. The monthly looked clean. That was actually the first time frame I saw that I went to the weekly. But no, that did look good. Dude, y'all need to see this bug I'm getting. Okay, look at the bottom right of my screen. See where it says engage with audience? Watch. It's gonna show the number 1 there for a second, and then it's gonna disappear before I can even click it. Oh, now it's not gonna do it because I said it. I shit you not, this thing has been blinking all stream. There it goes! It wasn't just because I hovered over it, I swear to God. It's gonna do it again. Dude, YouTube is bugging today. There it is. See? I don't understand what that is. Beautiful update by Eric. Not every validation is just a beautiful update. We also appreciate the invalidation updates, because people need to understand that there is a such thing. So great job, Eric, pointing that out. Potential dip here, guys, on Amazon. We can see SPX already pulled down a little bit. If breaking this area too on SPX, that's probably going to keep going down towards 6490s. But I could see it stopping at 6492 as a potential higher low kind of thing with a wick. That's also very common. Either way, though, not looking good. Let's see SPY for a second, just to confirm, because again, SPX and SPY are not the same thing. And they are pulling back as well. So those are working together today. Zontic's been... I'm going to HLTV right now. No, dude. Does it really say benched himself? I'm gonna cry if it actually says that. At his own request. No fucking way. He did not pull a JL. Actually, let's be honest. JL did not bench himself. Let's just be real about that one. Damn, bro. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm a secret, like, pretty big Zontix fan. Because I don't know how I found Donk's demo. But I found it, like, from Launders, like, a year before he got into Tier 1. And I went and watched a bunch of games. And I remember... this one quote from Donk was like him glazing Zontix, and he was like, I don't want to go to Tier 1 unless it's with this guy. And then they actually did it. And it was like, what the F? So right then and there, I was like, dude, I'm a Zontix fan. Because he never cares about, like, getting the... what would you say? I guess no one on that team cares, but no one really cares about recognition on that team. So it's really cool to support them. Or it could just be because they're Russians. I really don't know. Russian and Ukrainians just might be default acting like that. Stoic as fuck. But yeah, that's crazy. That team's going to be wild, though. Because they're going to be more, like, aggressive. Whereas with Zontix and Magix, they could be a lot more technical. But I don't think they're going to be technical anymore. I think they're just going to go get frags now. Oh, I did see something about that. I did see Zontix having troubles, too. The Russian having a lot of visa problems right now, especially for NA. Yeah. That's annoying. Because, man, imagine if there were no visa problems, the teams we could see. The teams and players we could see. Oh, my God. Halzerk on Complexity and the Austin Major, just fucking saying. Maybe they win at least one series. You know? It's whatever, though. That sucks, though, man. I really like Zontix. I don't mind Tenier, though. I'm not gonna lie, though, I did not agree with the Zwei move. I was cool with, like, let's bring in another aggressive guy, but I don't know if removing Magix was the move. That man has a lot of experience. But I guess it's cool to see Tenier in the Spirit roster, finally. This roster is disgusting on paper. I mean, just looking at them freaks me out. It's funny too, because like when we talk about like them or Vitality doing bad, it's them going into like second or third. It's like, bruh, any other team would love to have those problems. So it's just funny how high of a standard they hold themselves to. It's super badass. Imagine having a Department of War. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking losers. No, that's funny. As soon as you said that, I opened a new tab on Google. Like instantly. I had to know. You know what's crazy too? I'm not going to sit here and say I called the G2 winning the tournament because I definitely didn't. But I did call them going deep in the tournament because I was like, bro, this team is nasty on paper. Like, if Sun Pius and Malbs, when he's having a bad day, are their worst players, dude, what is the ceiling for this team? Their floor is crazy. They were doing pretty good with Sun Pius being non-existent. And then he showed up and it's like, oh, now they're a top team again. Like, dude, that team's crazy. Heavy God's a top anchor. I don't think a lot of people knew who Mattis was, but I feel like anybody who paid attention knew who Mattis was. Imagine not having a doubt. Yeah. Imagine one of our companies being more than your entire country's net worth. Or market cap, I should say. Apple goes toe-to-toe with pretty much most countries on our planet. No, every country, actually, except, like, 2. I used to say it to my British friends, because I had a lot of British friends growing up, or UK friends, whatever the hell you want to call them. I say British. But they would always talk about, like, market cap and this and that, and I'm like, I would always laugh at them, because I'm like, dude, one of the companies in America is more than your entire country. Like, because I think some of them would roast SPY and be like, bro, we don't trade that shit. We only trade our market, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, your market has nobody. Your market has no volume. Your market has no money. Like, America's market's just crazy. It's got a lot of money in it. The China market's pretty big, too. Chinese stock market. Pretty big. UK, though, is kind of a laughable thing. I don't really pay attention to the global markets as much as I used to. It used to be a lot easier to watch them because I'd have Webull on my phone. I just open it and it has the global markets right there, which I think that's super cool about Webull. Most people don't even know that there's other stock market or that there's a global market. Like, they just think America and that's it, you know, which fair enough. But it is kind of cool to look at those things. Just to be aware. Do we have any trade reviews or anything you guys need to look at, or are we all good on that end? I did all my reviews for y'all. Does anybody have any that they need to share? I shared mine. You share yours. I'm being given nothing but Wu-Tang songs, and I'm not complaining. I don't know what YouTube cooked up for me today, but we're not complaining. Webull is irritating me right now. The stock or the brokerage? I'm waiting on the India Open right now. Looking at Oscar, not trading it. Just got a few stocks in it. Bet. I'll look at it. Whoa, what? First, the Japanese ambassador steps down. Then you're telling me France is on potential collapse. France is about to collapse. And now I'm reading this? What? hundreds of workers. It says several hundred workers. What? Oh, this is part of the Trump thing. He's been doing this with like every country. If he finds illegals that are from your country, he sends them back to your country on your dollar, which is insane. Which I don't disagree with sending people back, but this one's a little crazy. Because I think these guys were actually here on a visa or something, like a work thing. I heard about this one. But this is a little crazy. U.S. authorities detain hundreds of Koreans in the manner almost like a military operation. How can South Korean companies invest in the U.S. continue to invest properly in the future, said blah, blah, blah. A lawmaker from the liberal governing Democratic Party of South Korea, by the way. Another lawmaker from the conservative opposition People Power people said the unacceptable raid dealt South Korea a severe blow that will be difficult to heal. Some lawmakers even called for the government to retaliate by investigating Americans who are allegedly working illegally in South Korea. Oh boy. Seoul has expressed regret over the raid, but experts say it won't likely take any major tit-for-tat measures given the country's security dependence on the U.S. and deterring... Yeah, I was going to say, they aren't going to do shit to us. I was just about to say that if I didn't read that in the next sentence. They're not going to retaliate. They rely on us. As shitty as that sounds. They can't get mad at us. We defend them. But, yeah, that is shitty. Yeah, it was hundreds of people. Oh, the premier lost the vote? Oh, what the hell? Somebody said he stepped down. The brokerage, they changed to a crypto brokerage a while back, forcing me to move or sell my crypto. Now they are offering crypto trading again. Oh my god. That would piss me off. Wait, so what happened? They made you move or sell your crypto? That is insane. Because he lost, yeah. Kind of forced to at that point. Huh. Was that drop in retake of CDO and SPX SPY just a liquidity grab? LOL. It does look like it. I did say that at the time because they did it once right here. So I wasn't going to be shocked if they did it a second time. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, I called that dip. You know, every time there's a dip. But you always got to keep that in mind, man. If we're up on the day and you see a pullback that's going into a level you think can hold, you need to be thinking liquidity grab can happen before this pulls back. Like, it pulling back needs to be the second thing it can do. The first thing it can do is the liquidity grab. I would almost always make sure that that is on a priority list, which I know you had that in mind too, but maybe others in here didn't. But no, good looks and good updates. YouTube chat is still bugging out. Oh, that's what it's saying. I think I'm witnessing YouTube adding a new feature right now. It's like adding a feature that I just saw and it deleted it. It said members only stream while I'm streaming. I think it's adding what I asked it to add. I think they're going to add member only polls. That would be sick. I bought more at CDO retake. We shall see. Oh, okay. Good looks then. Just remember that, though. Like, if we're on a day that gapped up, like, you need to be thinking it can do this or it can do this before it can pull back. Like, this is what it's going to do more times than not over that pullback. Because of that gap up. It tricks people, man. It really is. It really is there to trick people. So that liquidity is your entry. Which is a lot of the time where most people are getting out because they think it's about to pull back. They don't know what it's about to do. Sometimes, too, it's not just about directional. Sometimes most people just get annoyed of how it's not moving yet, and they get out, and that becomes the liquidity. That's why sometimes you see like it not break and retake. Sometimes it just holds and then bounces. It's because you're getting that. It's like people getting bored or moving onto something else that's moving more actively, and then that's where you get those short-term bursts from. A lot of the times you see those before each like session, like right before lunchtime or right before the last 2 hours of the day. You'll see some of those pop up. Exactly. That too, Eric. Like there's other things too that are screaming at us. The the Bulls defended the control point. They defended the gap halfway point with a liquidity grab. I like to add, and then like you said, still defending CDO. Like there's literally nothing else telling us to switch yet. Now, could you sit there and say there were a couple of slowdowns that occurred? Yeah, you 100% could. But directionally speaking, you are 100% correct. So I'm still bullish to prove it exactly. And it's a really helpful thing, too, the later you get into the day, because maybe you've already taken a rep or two. You know, you're not having to sit there and rely on, oh, my God, I need this trade to work, you know. Oh, my God, guys. Check the... If you have access to the lifetime section, go to Swing Trading TA right the F now. SPY has a $2.09 range, which is very tight, neutral to bullish price action. I sold and bought, and on Coinbase, I did lose some. Yeah, I was gonna say that's fucking annoying. Probably lost from all the transferring and stuff too. And who knows what the prices changes between then. I hope the market wasn't moving too much during all that. But yeah, that's horrible. And thank you, Dr. J. That was honestly a pretty clean update. In my head, that was wild too, because I read 209 and I was like, wait, is it really not even over $2? But yeah, it really is stuck inside all that. I think me going between IW and Amazon made the day a lot better in my head. But now that I'm looking at SPY, I'm like, damn, we really did only move like $2. This is a dull market, which means short, right? Yeah. Anytime you're bored, just start shorting randomly. Which, high key, on SPY, it doesn't look like a horrible idea under 649.50, but we are still holding bullish levels, so you're really just shorting to that highlighted area, which isn't really that crazy. Like you said, little dull. Wait, it's never short a dull market? LOL. Yeah. Yeah, anytime you're drooling or you're bored or just falling asleep, man, just start pumping those puts, man. I'm just kidding, of course. Nobody take that seriously. You know, I know most of you are probably not taking it seriously, but you still gotta say that thing in case there's, like, someone just in here listening like that. Not even a disclaimer, like a genuine sign of, like, no, please have, like, have some self-respect. Got some shorts on right now. Don't get my trigger finger itching. Oh. I was like, wait, what? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, SPY is rejecting this with a lower high, but you're on an up day. Like, you're shorting a very low probability situation. So, when I say, like, that doesn't look bad, I just mean because it's rejecting something so, like, easy to see. Like, the risk is right in front of your face. If it gets back above this, you're probably going up more. So, I just meant that short term. I didn't mean to scare anybody if I had. And yeah, call me out if you do see something like that too. You're like, hey, Billy, that's wrong. Like, dude, say it. I'm totally fine with being wrong. I'd rather be wrong and figure it out than sit here and be like, yeah, that's what this is. This what this is. But based on the system, that's what that's showing. You need those disclaimers when you think about how dumb the average person is, and the average person is smarter than half. Yeah, that's insane. Bro, he's scared of... The way you put that is so perfect. I always think about that one statistic where they said, like, 40% of people don't have an inside voice, like that thing in your head that you, like, talk with when you're not talking to someone out loud. They said some people don't have that, which might explain that lower half under that average you're talking about. That's like actually being born into being an NPC. Like, I hate when people say that shit to people or call people that, but like Nard, do you ever like sit there and think to yourself? Some people don't have that. Like, they can think, but they don't think like with a voice in their head. Like, I wonder what this means, or that tasted good, or like, you know, small subtle shit, or maybe you're just thinking about something actively in your head, or having a conversation in your head. Have you ever done that? Some people don't have an inside voice. That's like a legit thing. So who do they talk to? Brother, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have no idea. They're demons? Like, God? I don't know. But look it up. I swear to God, it's a real thing. I think the number's like 38%. I keep saying around 40 because it's easy, but it is a little bit lower than 40%. But yeah, I don't know who they talk to. That's a good ass question. That would be so lonely. See, that's what I don't get though. Like, if you don't have it from the start, you wouldn't know that you don't have it. You wouldn't know that there was a lack of something. That's what freaks me out even more. You read that in the past? It freaked me out when I first read that. How do deaf people from birth think? I mean, this with all... Oh, you're saying, like, if someone's deaf and they don't have an inside voice. I don't know, bro. People who have, like... People who are either blind, deaf, or mute are almost always, like, insanely strong with their other senses. So I actually put those people above the people without the inside voice. Because at least those people are going to be able to, like, pick up on other things. I've only met one person with a condition like that, but I remember they had insane senses for everything else, and I was like, what the fuck? I knew somebody who was blind, and they would watch movies in their head just by hearing sounds. And I was like, what? And then I saw other videos of other blind people saying that. I'm like, wow, he wasn't lying. And it blew my mind, because, like, he probably pictures, like, a whole different movie compared to what you and me see. But he would go to movies and shit. Blind people like movies, man. Don't doubt it. Like, deaf people, I'm sure, can still listen to music through vibrations or something somehow. I mean, my inside voice is English, but if you don't have a language, I'm confused. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, I don't know. That's a really deep question that's way beyond my understanding. That's a good little question, though. Opens Chat GPT. I'm going to go to Google. Oh, bro. All I typed was, do deaf people, and it fixed the rest for me. Yeah, this is what that one guy told me. He said it's more of like a visual thing. It's not like a voice. It's like a visual, like an image. Thinking in sign language or images. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm telling you, dude, like, people with that, like, they have a crazier sense than you think on certain things. Like, whenever you see someone like that, treat them normal. They don't want to be treated like a deaf guy or a blind guy. They want to be treated normal. I knew a deaf guy. He liked filling the bass. Exactly. See? I knew a blind guy who liked watching movies, and he has a fucking deaf friend that likes filling the bass. Like, they still get beyond these barriers. Shout out to the deaf and blind community. That was a very deep question that I don't know if we needed to have on this stream. 25 whole real people just witnessed that. What does your chat do when the stock market isn't moving? Oh, we normally just start talking about the most random thing you could ever imagine. What does your chat do? No, come on, man. Your chat can't be that weird. What were y'all talking about? You know, just stuff. Stuff that ChatGPT might not be able to explain. That's what happens when a spy has a $2.09 range. Yeah. Did they talk to themselves in English? I have no idea. It said images and sign language. So personally, I have no idea. Yeah, exactly. That is the deepest message ever. Yeah. Our chat contemplates the infinite. The infinite. The infinity. Does deaf people... Oh, wait, I already read that one. And my chat keeps glitching, dude. It keeps bouncing up and down on this thing. I don't understand what it's even doing. Members only stream. Schedule your members only. Why is it giving me that option here? It makes sense with images. When I say apple, we see an apple in our mind, not the word. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people see, like, the fruit. Some people, like me, see, like, destruction and like, I don't know. No, I'm kidding. But no, you're right. Like, there's always like an image for every word almost. Like, it's weird. Like, you know when people are doing those like inkling tests or whatever, they're like, what does this remind you of? We were a part of this chat, not just a member. Yeah, I don't understand why it keeps saying that to me. But yeah, everybody in here is genuinely a part of it, not just like some. Well, most of you are. I'm sure there are actual legit members who don't ever engage. I do have a fair number of those people. But sometimes it leads to them either being shy or they just don't know anybody or don't really want to engage. Or some people genuinely just come into chat to test to see if we're bullshitting or not, which I'm totally for that too. Challenge us. I dare you. Did anyone else notice a lot more YouTube ads since this UI update? I have YouTube Premium, so it's kind of hard for me to tell. But when I was on my phone that's not logged into anything, I was getting like an ad every other fucking video or every video and it'd be like 15, 20, 30 seconds. I don't know if that's normal, but it felt like a lot. And I instantly thought of the movie Idiocracy, where the ads are just flying everywhere. There's an ad on your coffee cup. There's an ad on your soda. There's an ad on the wall. Your clothes are an ad. That's what it reminded me of. But yeah, I have on my phone, I did notice a lot of ads. I think Twitch has gotten pretty bad about it too, though. There's been just a lot of ads recently. It's like we're in the second wave after Netflix learned they could do it. Man, y'all remember when that first started happening? Oh, God. Bro, 35 likes on this stream is crazy, by the way. Like, me getting 20 is like, bet, we hit my fucking, my goal, my target for the stream. Bro, we've almost doubled that number. I am, like, beyond thankful for that. And it's Monday. You guys are in here on a Monday. On a Monday. Excuse me. Excuse me, but that's pretty impressive. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit. It's hard getting up on Monday sometimes. I won't lie, today, I don't know if y'all have ever done that. I'm sure you all have, but today, I woke up at like 7:20, right? And I don't really have a set time. I get up at like a set range. And I think I accidentally fell back asleep. And in my head, it was like a blink of an eye. Like I blinked, I dreamed something really quickly, I woke up. And I look back at my clock and it's like 8:10. It's like, bro, get up. Like 5 alarms going off. But it was one of those like blinks and like 40 minutes went away. I will be out of my calls if we cannot retake current day open. Gotta conserve my capital. No, I agree with that. I already didn't really like. I mean, I liked it here. I didn't like it when we saw this rejection. But just because we've already broken it once, this is looking to retest underneath, even though we are still in a bullish trend like we talked about earlier. But that was why I alluded to that. Some people in here could short from here towards this, but it's not recommended. Just because we are in a day that can go up. Is this a lead test on SPY? Now, I mean, you just got to remember it's a low or high retest, right? So even if it isn't a perfect one, you always zoom down, and then you find it here. That's what I always did. So whatever time frame you're on, draw your lead test fib, go to your smaller time frame, see what you can micromanage from that. You know, be like, all right, I'm making my decision from here. Because if you think about it, all you're really doing is just going from the high to where it stopped, and then you're trying to see, does it have control from its 50%? We use the 50% in here all the time for all kinds of things. So just make sure you're taking advantage of whatever price action is around that 50%. Because you're basically just taking a risk that 50% away from where it made its drop, that it is going to reject those highs. But you don't want to just guess. and try to get lucky. You want to actually try to calculate it out to something consistent. So make sure you are drawing out that fib and you are focused around that 50%. Whatever time frame you're on. In the 5 minute, that's how I drew it. I'm sure it'll be a little bit different based on 10 or 15. Great question, though. But yes, you are sort of experiencing that, yes. But it's made it down to the part where it's like it's at its low, it's at the open. And this is why Eric, too, is pointing out the importance of it could hold here and start bouncing. Because it technically is supposed to probability-wise. Yes, you are correct on that. Technically. That's why you see me like earlier. I'm not trying to be like that guy that's like, I called this out. Why weren't you paying attention? No, I don't mean it like that. It's just, we did sit here and cover, if it doesn't get above this level, there's a good chance it pulls back. It's just, you shouldn't be looking to short these moves all the time. If you were to take this trade every day on a gap up, you are going to lose 6 out of 10 of them. It's not quite 50-50, but it's enough to make you be like, okay, I need to be a little concerned. So if you ever do take trades like this, if you're going to take a lead test on a gap up day, you need to be taking like very, very light trades. Or in the understanding of, I might have to get out this next candle, you know? Staying on your toes. Oh my god, why is the song playing? I need a good song to play that's like uppity, maybe rap or something. I think I've listened to every artist from DMX to today. Like, I've listened to everything. I just said DMX and then X Gonna Give It To You pops up. YouTube is providing me with fire today, though. Put on some of the Wu-Tang. I can't put it on stream or we'll literally get copyright strike and then this stream will be deleted. I just meant like to play for myself. I was actually listening to an insane amount of Wu-Tang. That was at the beginning of the stream. I don't know what it is, man. Whenever I like end stream, like the music it asks me to listen to is like pretty ass. But then I start my stream and it's like, yo, dude, here's fire that you can't put on your stream. So that's always cool. We need another Biggie Smalls type rapper to exist, man. That's all I'm saying. One second. Run it back. I did it again. I put the right ear in the left ear. Drug to extortion. I know my mother wish she got a fucking abortion. Liquid Swords. Damn, copywriters. Listen to Shine for a new Biggie. Shine. Hold up, bro. Are you putting me on right now? Wait, why does this guy sound familiar? Oh, because he is from before. The song's 12 years old. No, we need like a today's. We need a today Biggie Smalls, not a 12 years ago. I need a today Biggie Smalls. I need one to pop up. I need someone to do that for us. Make rap great again. I used to be a pretty big Travis Scott fan, and he fell off pretty fucking hard. I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings saying that, but I was a pretty big Travis Scott fan, and he fell off pretty hard. Bro went from making music to whatever the fuck he makes now. Like Astroworld was like, I was like, all right, this is all right. Like I don't see why people are hating. Like, you know, whatever. And then everything after Astroworld just through the gutter. If you ever make singles though, those would always be good. But anything, every time it's like anything on an album, it's just ass now. Oh no, Currency's a god. Currency's a god. No, Currency's a god. I love listening to Currency. I love that him and Wiz Khalifa did that album together, and it was like old Wiz Khalifa sounding shit. Like it was so good. No, Currency is literally top tier. I listen to Currency for a lot of reasons though. I love Currency. That is someone you could just put on and genuinely just relax. Like that's how good he is. And he's one of those guys that genuinely lived that life. So he's not just rapping like some bullshit he wrote down. I'm going to walk dog, watch market, make the big move. Oh, yeah, you're right. Dr. J's leaving, guys. Everybody be ready. 10% move incoming. OCTO. What are you spelling out? Are you spelling out somebody's name? Octopops. I'm washing clothes, so I know the market finna move soon. Oh, you and Dr. J are busy? Oh my god, 20% move is incoming, guys. Why didn't y'all say? Literally your favorite streamer before now you're... No, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I like listening to stoner rappers. Currency's like one of the kings of that. People always like, bro, Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg. Shut the fuck up. It's Currency. Don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing Snoop Dogg, but he is your stereotypical stoner. Currency has got some really, really good stuff, though. And his songs are like stories. You listen to him every day? Yeah, I won't lie to you. I forget the name of the album, but it's the one with him and Wiz. I listened to that on repeat for like almost a full year straight. That album was like life-changing. Like you could throw it on and time would just fly. And then it made me listen to more Octo the Ticker. Sorry, bro. I genuinely thought you were like talking about a rapper or something. My bad. Oh, Octo. I'm spelling that completely wrong. Whoa, what the F? What is this? It's up 5,000%. Market manipulation? Brother, what am I looking at? What is this? And how did you find this? Take some inventory management solutions and corrugated packaging. What the fuck? Hold up, we gotta look this up. Octo stock. They're on the NASDAQ too. Not just some BS OTC. 5,300% on the NASDAQ. What the fuck are we looking at right now? Wait, is this the cryptocurrency world coin? Is this what this is? It is. That's what this is. Is this 8Co? Yep, 8Co. FinTech 8Co shares skyrocket on move to amass cryptocurrency WorldCoin. What the fuck does that mean? What is a WorldCoin? Oh yeah, I saw sound. My baby. I wish I was a day early on sound because I could have actually reported it to chat a little earlier. I posted it yesterday and then I was already popping. That's fucking annoying. I should have been earlier on that though. That's not the stock's fault. It's my fault. Yo, can we get back onto like realistic stuff here though? What am I looking at? I mean, genuinely. Popping is one thing. Going up is one thing. We are up 5,400% at that high. I mean, is that even real? I would not touch that with a fucking 58-foot stick. Yeah, what's that candlestick? I need to learn that one. What's that candlestick pattern called? With the album cover of a person rolling up? Let me look. Wiz Currency album. Good find, though. Sand Dollar? The album is called 2009. My bad. I guess I didn't realize they had multiple albums together. They did like 3 together. Jesus. 2009 is what it's called. It was released in February of 2019. And every song is great. Forever Ball, Stone Gentleman. I remember those 2 being my favorite. Well, Sandella, you have my attention. I mean, Sandler probably saw this because he probably looks at like a top performer list somewhere, and he saw something up over 5,000%. Was like, this needs to be shared. So shout out to Sandler. I don't know, you got to be smoking like some sort of like undiscovered element to like figure this kind of thing out before it happens, though, or just have the insight. Album cover of The Fireplace. Was that a fireplace? Let me see. I don't think I've ever stared at that long enough. I just know there's like a lap. Oh yeah, it is a fireplace, isn't it? It's like a chair with a fireplace behind it and like a bunch of stuff on the table in front of them. I mean, we all know what that stuff is, but yeah, that album, that whole album is like next level. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I won't lie though, my favorite album of all time from any rapper ever though, and I religiously listen to that music to this day, is probably Mac Miller's Watching Movies with the Sound Off. That is still an album that just gets me going. And I'd have to say Avian is my favorite song. He says Bueller in it. It's pretty cool. There's actually a few songs he says my alias in, from Bueller's Day Off. Mama's and Haagen-Dazs. Bro, looking at this chart is unreal. I keep looking at it. I'm like, wow. 20. Wow. 80. Wow. $1.30. Underneath the microscope, but close up, we are just molecules and isotopes. To live life, you kids might just close your computer. I'm gonna get copyright strike for just singing the song. Does anybody remember where I posted sound? Is that in Lifetime? Oh, I did post it in Lifetime. Well, shit. One hour spy telling me the story of today. 1 hour out sidebar close. I'm looking for new low day into the third phase of the day. This is feasible. No, Letterbuck's cooking with that. Spy at PDCP. Good call out by Alst. Good post. Oh, and you said it in YouTube chat. I was reading Discord for a second. Is that the album with the best day ever? No, no, no. This is the... That's the one before. No, this is the one with, how do I even describe it? It's the one that has the red background. I don't really know what else. It's like him, no clothes on, sitting at a table, red background. But you can't see anything. He's not, like, showing himself like that. Actually, you know what album I want to listen to right now? I want to listen to Schoolboy Q. Not Blue Lips. What was the album before Blue Lips? Crash Talk. Yeah, that's the one I want. Crash Talk might be his best album. Yeah, if you haven't heard Crash Talk, listen to Crash Talk. Going to wait for a bullish candlestick pattern here or confirmation before answering a call. Bet, bet, bet. Yeah, this is the area for that. Remember, too, last time liquidity grab happened here. Had one happen up here with a rejection with the lead test that came through. So you're kind of back to square one. Yeah. Does this hold or not? It's kind of what you're looking for. Any break of that, you're probably going to see that test down, which, again, we already have that marked for the gap halfway point. That already includes that. So your target would be, yeah, previous day close. And then you have other levels to look after that. And honestly, Oust and anybody like that, you guys should always be thinking like that too. Like, what's next? What do I look for next? Like what Letterbuck said in chat, what you just said here recently. Thinking ahead before it's even happened. Because if you're going to do that shit after it's already started going, like, that's not helpful at all, dude. So, I'm glad to see you guys all doing that, which I think most chat does it anyway, but I just like to make sure. I find it to be super helpful. Like, any kind of conditional setting or plan for yourself where you're like, I'm going to do this if that happens, or I'm going to do that if this happens. Like, stick to that. That's a great way. Great way to think about things. I forgot how much it takes out of me to like type in Discord and stream at the same time, but honestly, it also makes the time fly. If you were to sit here and ask me to guess what time it was, I probably would have said like 11. It's closer to noon than it is 11. Does anybody have anything they want to go over or cover? I don't mind sitting here longer if we go over a couple things. 37 likes, too. Like, what the F? I really am happy about that. That's pretty cool. 37 is nuts. Yeah, we could like Walmart. I like Walmart. It's maintaining that move, like you said. Taking some money off the table here. I forgot how slow she can move. Dude, good shit. Round of applause. Another trade that was like literally all you. And honestly, if anybody in here is struggling with like short-term direction, you really should be practicing that forward-thinking process we always go over in here. And you see tons of the members do it on their own. But it's just good to see people doing that because it's honestly contagious. Like, you know, if I see 20 people doing this, it's going to be contagious. 20 people are starting to type like this. I should start typing like that. It's productive. It's calculated. It's just straight to the facts. It's not like sitting there like giving you some gray zone areas where it's like, oh, do I do this? Do I do that? Well, I can tweak this. I can tweak that. No, you can't. Everything is set. And yes, that was my neck you heard popping. That hurt. All we want is a quick Lily update, boss. You gotta say pause after that, bro. Can't just out here neck popping for. Oh. Yeah, I can't just neck pop and then let silence take over. That's true. Have y'all thinking something else is going on? All we want is a quick Lily update. Well, currently, she's running around the house. Because the people are mowing the lawn next door. So she's losing her mind. She has the zoomies. She is pretty fucking cute, though. She's her own dog, man. She really does her own thing. It's pretty cool. I was telling my mom the other day, she's the most dog I've ever owned. Like, every dog I've owned is, like, antisocial as fuck, wants to sleep, never plays with toys, which, like, I don't care. Like, whatever. But this dog, this dog will play fetch. This dog will fucking, it loves playing in water. I think it's the golden retriever in her. She is, like, I know she's, like, half and half, but she's definitely, like, 99% golden retriever. Immediately checks Chewy real quick, yeah. Yeah, you can't lie about that. Dogs be fucking making these companies tons of money. Dogs, cats, all these different animals people have nowadays. It's not even just dogs and cats anymore, too. People have all kinds of animals now. If I didn't get Lily, I was going to get a prairie dog. No bullshit. You can only have them in certain states. I am in one of those states. Damn, Chewy was pretty active this last month. Almost an inside bar holding 3540s. This one girl rescued a panther. Is she a keeper or a red flag? That's a unique question. I've heard prairie dogs are very noisy. Or wait, maybe it wasn't a prairie dog. Let me find what I was trying to get. I thought it was a prairie dog though. Oh, it was a prairie dog. It wasn't that they were loud or not. I didn't even know if that was a thing or not, but the reason I wanted to get one is because I used to have a dog that, like, really liked cuddling up next to, like, your leg or, like, sleeping with you all the time. And then I got a dog that was, like, super antisocial. And so I was really missing that, like, being around my dog type dog that, like, wants to be with you. Like, not one that just wants to fuck off, which, cool. Again, cool. I'm not hating on that dog. But I did want a dog that actually gives a shit. And I read, and I've seen plenty of videos on it now, but the prairie dogs act just like that. They literally want to hang out with you all the time. And they're very small. And they're cute. And you can't have them everywhere. And you would technically be rescuing them if you got one. But I wouldn't think of it like that. I just wanted one because it looked cool. But then we got Lily, because she's, like, pretty fucking cool. Probably the best dog I've ever owned. I've already, like, said that early on, but, like, might be the best dog I've ever owned already. And I've had, like, 5 or 6 dogs. The dog before this was definitely my previous favorite dog, though. She was the best. But no, dogs are dope, dude. How many cat people we got in here?
I'm not even one of those people that hate on cat people. I think all pets are pretty cool. As long as you like it. You got some parrot people, I'm sure. Which I've seen what a pet parrot could do to someone's living room. You love both dogs and cats, but I prefer cats slightly more. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know why people hate on the other one. It's like, dude, it's whatever. You don't have to love cats. Yeah, pets are pretty cool. Had a cat for 19 years. Love my current dog though. Had her 12 years. Damn. 19 years. Holy. That's a long time. What was the name of the cat you had for 19? That's a very long time. You have 2 cats at home. We used to only have pit bulls. We switched to labs now. Oh, bro, labs are so fucking cool. I've never had a lab, but that's a very cool dog. No, labs are dope. I have both. What? One of your cats will give you a high five? Wait, you have dogs and cats? That's actually dope as hell. I've always wanted that, but I don't want to have to. The reason I don't have a cat is because I really can't stand the litter box aspect of things. I think that's just a lot of maintenance I don't feel like doing, and it smells. I personally train my dogs. They shit a little bit in the house in the very beginning, and then they never do it again. Because, you know, you're training them. But cats are, like, super smart. Cats are so smart, they tricked the human race into letting them shit in a little box inside of the house. That's how smart cats are. Cats are very, very smart. Does feeding the outside cats make you a cat person? No, it makes you a good person. You're a good person. That would be really fucked up, though, if you're feeding them something they can't eat. Bro, my dog loved my cat so much. My cat just couldn't stand my dog. Yeah, dogs are a little bit more, like, proactive. Perla. It's Pearl in Spanish. That's a really cool name. Oh, outside cats? Until wintertime? Oh, okay. See, you're a good human. There's these neighbors I have. They fucking leave their dogs out all the time, no matter if it's raining or cold, and it pisses me off. I'm like, bro, what was the point of even owning these damn things? I hate when people do that. Don't get a dog if you're going to leave it outside all day. Shit's fucking insane. Only feed outside cats if they are spayed or neutered, or else feeding will make them have big litters. Jesus. Gotta step away to get ready for private swim instruction. Here goes the marker to the bid. Yeah, Alice is stepping away, guys. Get ready to hit the bid. Now, have a good time, Allison. Good luck at your thing. Damn, that's cool. Some of you have a dog and a cat. I've always wondered how cool that would be. Like, in an environment where they actually, like, don't hate each other, that would be cool. Like some old school cartoon. Animals. Does anybody have a pet that isn't traditional? Like, does anybody not have a dog or cat and you have something different? Anybody got a pet whale in here? Pet alligator? Pet panther, per se? Or birds? I had a hamster when I was young, and he committed, you know, he committed it because there was a cat outside the cage, and we were on vacation, and we're pretty sure the cat scared him, and he jumped off the top. Came back, and bro was stiff. I was so depressed. And I had a fish die when I was really young because my brothers, like, drowned it in food. My parents took me outside. I was crying, and they had to bury the fish right in front of me. Never had a fish after that. You never had good luck with fish and fish tanks? I did when I was young, and then my brothers killed it. And then I just didn't want to feel that again, so I never did it again. I felt out of control when I had a fish, because when you have a fish, like, other people can go feed that thing whenever they want. They're stupid if they do. Yeah, Alligator Man in the chat, where you at? Wait, you're saying my parents do that intentionally, so I had to be prepared? That's even more fucked up. I saw murder and death all in one night. You have pets with short lifespans so your kids can be ready for when your grandparents go. It's crazy you say that because my grandma is still so alive. Like, she is probably got another 10, 15 years on her. At least. She keeps talking about, like, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I'm like, shut up. You're fine. You'll live a long-ass time. I did know one old guy, though, who is dead now. Rest in peace, Steve. He was like one of the master plumbers that would teach me a lot, and I would go on like job sites with him, and he was super fucking funny. And it's crazy how he went. He was like not just addicted to cigarettes, like he lived on cigarettes. But it was weird because when he actually went and when his health started decaying was when he quit cigarettes. It was crazy. Quit smoking. His body wasn't ready for that change. Like, quit it entirely. Didn't like steep off of it or anything. Like, quit instantly. And it killed him, like, within the next year. Fucking crazy. It's weird how some of that stuff can hit you, though, because, like, I know a lot of older people that's happened to, where, like, maybe they were an alcoholic, or they drink a lot, or they smoked a lot, or they did this a lot, or they did that a lot. Something, right? And then as soon as they change their diet or change something that's in their body just starts fucking canceling out. It's horrible. There's probably someone in the chat that has ferrets for a pet. Ferrets are pretty cool. I never had a ferret, but I always had like a friend's house I'd go to, and he had like 3 of them, and it was super dope. I have a patient that lets her ferret loose in the house, and I hate going there. Oh, really? Is it a big one? Because most of the time they're pretty chill. I got 4 male fishes, then I ended with 20. Holy. One of those males were lying. Oh, wait, can't fish have both? Or am I stupid? It's the hands that... Oh, yeah, no, yeah, their hands are a little creepy. Especially when they're, like, on your skin. Ferrets are pretty chill, though, a lot of the time. I don't think I've ever met a ferret that was, like, violent as, like, a pet ferret. They're all, like, pretty chill. They're a little bit different than dogs, I will say that. This is a good stream, dude. We made it all the way to noon. I still feel fine. Sometimes I get off because I'm like burnt out or no one's typing or I'm just bored. I can sit here and update all day long, but we got to talk about some stuff in between or I will go crazy. Do you guys want me to put this onto one chart again, or do you guys like the double chart setup and we just put something else up on this left one? The other one besides Soundhound that I was looking at for a swing trade to the upside was actually SoFi. Sophie. Oh. I gotta stand up. What's something else we could talk about? Oh yeah, the God Candle. What was that ticker again? Octo. What? There, if anybody asks, you know. I can't stand how it's doing that. There's a setting for it, and I don't remember it. Is that it? Oh my god, that was it. Just kidding, I remembered. Get baited. I do see Apple's implied volatility went up, and so did its IV percentile. Yesterday, that IV percentile was a single digit number, and the implied volatility was about 25.5. But this morning, it was about 24 point something. So technically, implied volatility and the direction of where your previous day 50% on Apple, 100% worked today. Excuse me. Were you below this? Yes. Did implied volatility increase and in IV percentile? Yes. That's pretty cool. It's working as intended. It's just an extra guidance to add onto that probability. Because I hate when you have these like 50-50 scenarios and you're like, all right, what does the options chain say? But you can't just go to the options chain and be like, all right, is this chain volatile or not volatile? You know, it's like you have to do all this math. Fuck all that. I'd rather just plug it in or have a system to thinking about it quickly. All right, go back to the God Candle chart now. Wait, this ain't the God Candle. Here it is. Crash. Damn, I'm almost done with that album. There's 2 songs left. I got that water. Alright, does anybody have any things they want to look at on SPY specifically, or any other tickers? If not, we can just keep chilling. I'm cool with that too. And seriously, guys, thank you again for all the likes. I know I said it like 3 times already, but double the likes I normally get is pretty wild. And I didn't do any like extra posting or anything. I just started stream, and you guys have been helping out. So I do appreciate that. Whoever's sharing my shit, thank you. I know there's a couple of you doing it. You were an uncaped hero. Chasing after green guys. Highest to lowest? Wait, you're telling me a Denzel movie flopped? Why have I never even heard of this movie? Highest to lowest. Spike Lee is the director. It has ASAP Rocky in the movie? The film is an American reinterpretation of the 1963 Japanese film High and Low by Akira Kurosawa. Honestly, this should have been your red flag, Alexis. When it says availability and it says you can watch highest to lowest on Apple TV Plus, that should have been a red flag. Anytime something only gets released on Apple TV Plus is a potential red flag. Meaning that they probably made that movie for like literally one audience. Like Apple TV does that a lot. They actually ruined one of the like war series I was waiting for. So there's a lot of you have probably heard of Band of Brothers. Then there's the Pacific. Well, there was going to be a third one where it covers like the air fighters and the pilots and the Air Force of World War II with its own series, and it had so much money and people behind it. Tom Hanks was doing it, and Apple TV flopped it. No. They do have good content, but they either have really, really bad or really, really good. There is no in-between content on Apple TV. It's not like a Hulu or a Netflix. Like, it's either a huge hit or it's a huge flop. There is no in-between on Apple TV. Because don't get me wrong, there are tons of great things on Apple TV. Actually, speaking of Tom Hanks, there's a really good Tom Hanks movie on Apple TV right now that is genuinely really good. I need to find it. It's with a robot and a dog. Finch. Yeah, Finch is so freaking good. And it's only on Apple TV. But yeah, but no, that's Apple TV though. They either make complete banger or complete flop. There is no in between. Ted Lasso. Let me see that. But yeah, I'm not hating on Apple TV. I'm just saying sometimes it does have that hit or miss effect. Oh, I did see that. I saw a clip of Ted Lasso and I was like, holy crap, I need to see this. I won't lie, the Ted Lasso guy, that actor, is funny as hell. The F1 movie? Wait, which one was it? Was it the one where it was like that gamer? Or is there another F1 movie? Oh, the one with Brad Pitt. I heard this one was a banger. I didn't see it, yeah. I mean, Fandango, Rotten Tomatoes, and IMDb are all on the same page. It's heavily loved. Yeah, that Brad movie looks like it did really good. The power of Brad Pitt. Sometimes I go check on the Snow White trailer to see how bad it's doing still. Because it amazes me how everyone could hate this. The comments are why I go read it, though. It's really funny. Like, I'm not trying to roast Snow White, but, I mean, I got the dislike thing on, and it's been proven that this dislike thing is off. That whenever you see the number, that means it's actually probably like 40% lower than the actual number. Meaning there's probably closer to 3 million dislikes. Which is wild. But the comments are hilarious. Disney, coming to a theater near you. Me, is that a threat? The Snow White trailer just dropped. Tells Disney to pick it back up. My finger is exhausted from liking all the comments. This guy got 56,000 likes on that comment. Yeah, see? Like, he's pointing it out, too. And I promise you someone's going to point out under him that there's actually more than that. No, no one did. The 81,000 likes are the people who work for Disney. Mirror, mirror on my screen. Can this trailer be unseen? God, that's too good. They finally did it. They made a movie nobody is going to pirate. Stop the video at enjoy the comment section. That's pretty funny. Yeah, this one brought the whole country together. I don't think there was a single person that defended this. Everybody was on the same page. 7 dwarves? No, I got the 7 stages of grief watching this trailer. Even the comments have more likes than the trailer. Disney definitely lost it. The one comment that doesn't have like double-digit thousand number likes. Oh, here we got another one. Every once in a while, when I'm having a bad day, I come read the comment section of this trailer, and it immediately makes it better. Thank you, Disney. I do that too. There's another trailer you can make fun of too. What's the new Call of Duty? Is it 7? I had lost fucking count. Oh, we're not watching it. Yeah. That one's not as bad. But the problem with this trailer, and this is a problem with YouTube, what does that number say, everybody? 47, almost 48 million views. Now, would you believe me if I told you that number has been stuck there for like almost 2 weeks? And the dislikes have only gone up? Meaning they literally view-botted. Call of Duty view-botted their own YouTube trailer, and it still got a massive amount of hate. This actually made me pre-order Battlefield 6, completely different game. For those of you watching on your phone, this video currently has... Yeah, see, people are literally coming to the comment section to update people. Look, 2 weeks ago, I was spot on with that. 2 weeks ago, 465,000. 489, so it's not that far off. This one's pretty funny. This one literally brought the entire gaming community together. I'll have to find the comment, but there's a really good one. It's like EA fucked up on one game. They took their notes. They got ready for the next one. Activision fails on 5 games in a row. Still doesn't learn a thing. I died of a brain aneurysm watching this trailer, but then came back from the dead to buy Battlefield 6. EA is probably going to throw a giant party tonight. Another based comment. Looks like I'm spending time with my family. That's too good. You can just sense how excited they are to launch Dora the Explorer and Paw Patrol skins within 1 month of the game's release. Dear God, bro. How do people even think of this shit? LSD so they can justify your operator seeing SpongeBob with an N4 during matches. This trailer actually teaches you how to save your 70. Yeah, no, these comments are pretty based. Did y'all see how much the new sports games cost? So, I'll have to show you the pre-order numbers here in a second, but this is pretty normal. Okay, this is normal. Okay, it gets crazy when you get here. Premium 100. There's a premium package for $150, respectively. I like how it puts that there. If you go to the EA store and see the like pre-order numbers, the numbers 2 most pre-ordered thing on the EA app right now is the $150 version of 2K, meaning there's a bunch of people getting it. Now it's probably all console players, but it's still like. I watched a video and he was basically just saying like, please have some self-respect if you're going to pay $150 for a game. Like, that's just insane. You know, when I was a kid and we were all kids, 50 and 60 was like the cost growing up. Now it's like 70 is base and everything double that for like the extras. It's just crazy. Finish, start meal prepping, watch the market go rippy. Oh, see you later, Nard. Good luck, man. And thanks for allowing us to have market movement. Maybe it was waiting for him to leave. Thanks for the heads up. Buying as many calls as my child's college fund will allow. That's insane. You can think about that from a psychological point of view, too, Doctor. You could be like, you know, if you're not using your child's college fund, like, do you even have confidence in your trade? Like, right? By the way, guys, us still holding this is a good sign for buyers. I just want to point that out because I know I've been rambling about whatever for whatever amount of time. But us holding this is a good sign for buyers. We did cover in the stream that we probably could get into some shorts here and target this area. We've hit that now, but now it looks like we're trying to hold it. If we end up breaking it in the future, awesome. But that could just be another opportunity. You don't need to keep holding that same trade. It's just a little wild. But yeah, so some of the breakdowns honestly have been pretty spot on today and some of last week, but definitely been enjoying some of the extra conversations too in here. You guys have had a lot of really good questions lately too. Oh, you know what we could do for Octo? We could do Octo on that IV dashboard. Oh, I can't add it yet. There's no information yet. Alright, I'll have to check that tomorrow because that'd be fun to check out. It's a wild chart to look at. Just they look like ants down here. I think this is the longest stream we've done in a while. Damn, Dr. J and Alexis are tied for first. It's cool when I can go through this like top fans thing and see who was in the stream. But that's about the only thing that does. CRWV, bad, I'll pull that up. Oops. Why does this look really good? Man, for a second you threw me off, Sandollar. You know how there's those you know how there's like JPY and it's like JP Morgan but with the that weird like index thing or whatever it's called? I thought that's what this was, but for crowd. I thought it was CRWD, but you did the V for the index thing. But this is a completely different company altogether. All right. With marbles? I'd have to download it again. I don't even have it downloaded. I really was just waiting for them to update it, to be honest with you. Maybe I should just have ChatGPT make us a Steam game. That's the exact same game as Marbles on Steam, but for YouTube. Just check from Nard's comment. Same days are up 25%. God, dude, thank you for people like Nard. The market was waiting for him to get up, and it said, here you guys go. If you jumped in right when he left, you would have been up. Calls or puts? Yes. What is CoreWeave, Sandollar? I'm going to check it out, though. Thank you for sharing that. I thought I was going to open up the time frame more than that, but I guess not. what's the weekly look like then? I feel like a part of me knows that I need to draw this. This could be liquidity grab consolidation right here. Good rip up above 100. Could actually send this up a lot more. And you know how these days are like this, just straight down, straight up, straight down. These are going to be the perfect kinds of days to break through on this right side to have that same kind of price action pop up again. I'm not saying like from right here, right now, but like maybe in the future it might. Fig for long-term shares. It's the next Adobe. Bro, Sand is putting us on. I think if you were to just follow everything Sand done over the past couple weeks, you'd probably be up enough to not even want to be in this stream right now. I'm not even trying to glaze him, but I genuinely believe that. I'm also trying not to put people into like, yo, follow everything Sand says, because I don't want to put pressure on him, but that's just, it's insane. Good find on this Sand. Do you got like a, what do you use to find this? Or do you just look around a bunch? Fig. Check out Fig. Gang, gang. Fig, Fig. Why is it down so hard? Figma? Is this a joke company? It's like Sigma with an F. Ligma. Bro, the younger traders are going to be roasting this one. Fig Jam to define ideas. Oh, so they're not just one thing. They have a couple things under their umbrella. No information everywhere. Love that. I gotta look it up. It's just an IPO. It's on the New York Stock Exchange, though. That's kind of big. What is it? Oh, wait. Did you mean fig or figs? No way there's an FIG and an FIGS. That is fucked up. Are you looking at FIG or FIGS? I'm assuming the first one, because that's what you typed. That's crazy. I just found a whole nother figs company. I was like, wait, it says it's $7. Here we go, Figma. Develops a browser-based tool for designing user interfaces that helps design and development team various. Figma holds the dominant market share in the collaborative design and prototyping software category, with recent figures placing it around 36.8 to 40.5%. This leadership position is well ahead of competitors such as Adobe and InVision. Figma's success is largely attributed to its collaborative features and network effects, which created a widespread adoption within the designer community. Figma holds leading market share. Adobe a significant competitor with a market share of around only 11%. Actually, it's under 11%. InVision, a notable alternative with a smaller share of approximately 4 to 7%. And here's what that looks like. That is a fucking horrible image. There we go. That's just the popularity. That's not even counting just the market share. That's pretty nuts. It's used more than Photoshop, Adobe, Sketch, and Illustrator all together. This is like when you look at PayPal's dominance over its own market. The payment processing market. It owns a little over 40%. So this is like the PayPal of Adobe's and Photoshop's. Damn. All right, well. Let's add it to the list. No IV percentile. How cool. Oh, it's still young, to be fair. You know, This opening reminds me of Coinbase a lot. The IPO for Coinbase. I mean, it's like identical almost. Like, there's a green candle missing, but a little cascade drop. It had that. I would look for this kind of price action first. Like the consolidating at the very least. Something. I mean, you could even see too on Coinbase. I didn't really do anything, but short term it did allow you to at least position yourself accurately before it just got to where it is now. That's interesting, Sand Dollar. And you know me, I really like when we look at something that has a majority of its market share, rising popularity, and it looks like it's even taking popularity away from the other competitors. Similar to how we talk about with solar, similar to how we talk about with energy, with EVs all the time, like taking away people into other companies. Like that's pretty big. And they're taking it from Adobe. I mean, that's that's a big boy. So them taking away from Adobe is, I mean, I just see dollar signs. I want to see more consolidation first. More time needs to go on this chart, but you've definitely got my interest. I might even have to add this to the best shit ever list. Damn, well, shout out to freaking Rick James or Sand Dollar, dude. Jesus. As soon as I read that on the chart, I was like, wait a minute. This might be something decent. Figma. I'm third degree black belt, nerd. Above 55, huge range on the monthly on Fig. Yeah, I just need more. I just need more time. You just need more time in this chart, more consolidation, more price action. Actually, go off of more price history. But not a bad risk to just randomly throw at for DCA, like Sand Dollar was saying with long term, because of its market share. So that's pretty smart. How much money goes through that stuff? Let me go look now. And then see what I'm doing now, Sand Dollar, is I looked up. Here, I'll just show you what I'm doing. So I looked at the market share thing, and then I looked up its category that it's in. It's in the collaborative design and prototyping software. It's pretty specific. And I just wanted to know, like, how much money goes through that. And it says around 15 billion was estimated in 2025 and expected to grow significantly, which makes sense with social medias and stuff nowadays. Almost 40 billion by 2029. So it might not be a bad idea to look at this and actually get into it long term and just kind of forget about it. Yeah, I think we will leave that in the best shit ever watch list. I think it's earned it. Here's the other Sand Dollar mention. I think this is a Sand Dollar mention as well. Oh, this was the other one that you like, isn't it? Isn't this the AI one? Or something like that? Kind of slept on. Well, good luck, Sand Dollar. Seriously, thank you for that. I will keep that on that watch list. Look, I was just bragging about the AI mode on Google. I didn't have to click a single link. Not a single freaking link. Well, I clicked this one earlier, but then I figured I had nothing what I needed. GEHC. Healthcare? Why can't I see it? Oh, I remember this one. As soon as I saw the chart, I was like, wait a minute. Yo, it literally did what we kind of covered. I mean, you're the one focused on it, but it kind of did what we said. It went up, came down, fell under that. Looked like a 3-year-old drew on this chart. Insane movement these last 4 days. Inside bar breakout into continuation to new high, into new high. It honestly looks like it's just now getting started, too. That's the crazy part. Well, good shit, Alexis. I also want to point out, too, this all, remember, started from when we looked at the monthly that first time. Because remember, we were like, well, it started here, then it was here. Had that run up. This is the first big pullback they've had since this. And it's still above that. So, I mean, worst comes to worst, it should technically be bullish above whatever the top of that candle is. Yeah. I would see this as like a dip value buy when it goes down to this area. No, that's a good one too. I'll leave it on here so I remember it. Because we have charted that a fair bit in here. Volatility does look horrible on it. The IV. That's probably going to change after today, though. Both of those numbers are going to go up. How's everyone doing in the stream for everybody who's still hanging around? I can't believe we're all still in here, to be honest. But hopefully everybody in here is still vibing, having a good time. All the answers have been, or all the questions have been answered so far. And just again, reminder, we are directionally bullish and bearish from this area. So if we're above it, higher probability says we're going up. If we're below it, higher probability says we're going down. So far, we did a good hold and a bounce off it, rejected the very first target, came back down, tested this, held this. So we're actually at a part of the chart now where it doesn't have to hold it. It actually has the chance of breaking it now that we have been shown, okay, I didn't want to go any further up. So, and if not, then we're just stuck between these two for today. But we're actually 23 minutes away from the last part of the day. Oh, that's why it stopped moving, because Nard came back. It was funny, because Dr. J, like, tracked the same day that went up 25% after you left. It was fucked up that he did that, I'll be honest, but it's kind of funny. Welcome back, Nard. Good to see you as always. You think it reached 40 to 50%? Oh my god. Actually, Bueller, it doubled that. Bueller, 50% gains. Quick, Nard, leave again. It was about here when he left, wasn't it? DJ, or I keep calling you DJ, Dr. J. Is your real name DJ? Imagine. One second. Dude, I want to buy this dip on Apple if Spy holds this. If Spy doesn't, then I'm not touching it. All right. I'm gonna move this to a single chart, so we're not just staring at two things. Because I really am tired of staring at two whole ass charts. Oh, that is so much easier to look at. All right, potential higher low on Spy, guys. If it holds here, could be expecting bounces. We are 18 minutes away from the last 2 hours of the day. This is what we call the last session of the day. I bet every time I click play, it makes the stream lag for a second. Oh, General Electric? Yeah, no, GE's like up there. It's one of the goats. I remember when I first got into the market too, some really smart people would always tell me that like GE would last forever. And I remember like the majority were always like, dude, GE's so stupid. They're never going to last. It's a boring company. Look at them now. I mean, to be fair, they had to go through some shit to get there, but it's funny. This is I was actually asking myself this earlier. I was like, I don't know if I've seen one that gives differing results where they're all medium or all low or all high. This one's actually low, medium, medium. I haven't seen that yet, which tells me this actually does work. Because I was getting a little freaked out seeing that, but that it does make sense to mostly see them on the same kind of page. This is a cool little image it gives me. I really fuck with this. I took a lot of time to think of this too. I was so proud of myself yesterday. Hmm. All right, what was I doing? I just got curious about Netflix for a second. 'Cause Netflix looks really good for some short-term swings up. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. See, that's why you talk to yourself. Say some shit out loud. You might trigger a core memory. Maybe I'll put on all three. I really need to just adjust this. No, not that. This. How do I edit a set? Can you even do that? Is that a thing? Oh, wait, you know what I can do? We'll add all of them, and then we'll do this. We'll overwrite it. Save. Yes. There we go. Okay, cool. Except now I'm going to have two of those on every time I click that. It literally did exactly what I said, too. We actually could have just randomly bought that dip that day I was talking about it. I mean, I would never realistically do that, because who the fuck in their right mind is randomly buying Netflix options? No one realistically is doing that. I'm very happy about Costco, too. Now, my short-term target was only 963, though, so I'm not planning for this to go up more, but I guess it could. Either way, I'm still proud of that post. I probably need to go update that too. I update some stuff in stream, and then I forget to go repost it again. But I've been doing my best not to step on what's his name's toes username. Damn, your name's not DJ? Damn, that would have been perfect, lining it up with the D of data and J. I thought I was onto something there. That's why I said that when I was reading your name. That's not your name. Damn, so you're another J in here. Let's go, dude. Army of J's in this chat's crazy. All the other names are shaking in their boots right now. Sorry, updating some stuff in Swing Chat real quick. I can't really update these yet because they aren't doing what I need yet. I mean, I guess this one is. I'll just do a text update though. I don't need to post a whole ass chart. Sophie. Still viable even now for with Oh my god, I didn't screenshot them. What am I doing, dude? Throughout the duration of the tour. All right. Really digging that tool. My bad, I haven't been reading chat. Yeah, thank you, man. Actually, I enjoyed it a lot too. And yeah, all the posts updated now. So if you're in Lifetime, go peep those. Most of my lurkers are Lifetime members. That's the funniest thing. It's the weirdest thing to me, but I respect it. Weird because it's just like, it just throws me off. It's not actually weird. I just don't know what else to say because I'm stupid. But yeah. I don't mind lurking though. It's cool. People just kind of use it as like, oh, here's the thing. Oh, this is what they're looking at. I'm sure there's even people who trade from our chat that just don't even say a word too, which totally cool. But that's the kind of chat we have right now. It's half antisocial, half not. Mostly antisocial. Like, I know we like using emojis, but I know we have our fair share of people who don't even bother using them. They're like, fuck that. Just let me read what I got. I respect it, though. The focus. Not focused on anything else. And damn, did this list get long. I stopped at Oklo. We added 3, 6, 9 things today. That is not something we're going to do tomorrow. Yo, what's up with Oklo? Why do they look like they're really good for a short, Sandollar? I think I'm gonna check out briefing, see if there's any questions in the stream, and then end it there if we're done. Let me see though. God, that blinded the hell out of me. I really like the briefing site. I just really like how they word things, like the quick brief of like, look, this is what's going on, and that's it. It's not all this extended bullshit. Damn, 4.5 hour stream. I had no intentions or any kind of plan to do that. Over 200 clicks. We almost got to 40 likes, dude. Today was a great stream, honestly. If we have any questions, though, let me know. I'll happy to go over whatever, as long as it's regarding like something we actually go over in here. I'm not going to go over parts of things I don't really know or understand. I'm also not going to pretend like I know everything. Very simple-minded. I like to focus on the things that we know. I like to focus on the things that are part of the strategy or part of the way that we think, our methodology. I don't really care about the excess. Sometimes it's fun to be curious, you know, for fun, but not to actually like sit there and be like, oh god, let's focus on that, you know. We already have something to focus on. Why do that? All right, I'm just gonna do a couple more setups and then I'm gonna end the stream. But if anybody has anything to say or ask, just ask and I'll go over whatever. I do highly. If there's one thing I sell to anybody in my group, I really hope you just get any kind of membership so you have access to this one playlist. BB Theory. I highly suggest asking how to have access to this or whatever the fuck you need to do wherever you're at on YouTube or on Discord, because I'm genuinely serious. This is the best playlist. And I'm saying this with some of the other playlists we have. I would say this is, yeah. Because a lot of other people in my chat would say this is. Because I did a scalp series where I did like the log and all that shit. Or even the swing series where I went from like nothing to something and tracked every trade and went over just using our strategy. That was a big focus, was just using things we actually cover. You know, trying not to just take trades off of, oh, it looks good or this looks bad, you know. Trying to actually focus on a condition to put you in. But I highly suggest getting access to this if you don't already. If you do have it, I highly suggest going through it a couple times. It's a little long. It's a little over 4 hours of just ranting, and not just ranting, but going through things and just, like I said, the methodology of things. Because, yes, it's nice to have a system where you're like, do this one to do that and do that one to do this. But there's also some thinking behind it. You know, we're not robots. There's a little bit of thinking behind it. So it is nice to understand, like, what should you be expecting when certain things appear, you know, based on where you are on your chart and what you're seeing. You know, it's just using that context to help yourself move forward, basically. So, yeah, that's my last thing. But I hope you guys have a great day. Hope you guys had a great stream. Thank you guys for all the likes and stuff on the stream and all the clicks. Over 200 clicks on today's stream is pretty wild. Almost 40 likes, like I said. That's pretty fucking awesome. So thank you guys again, whoever's been sharing it around. I appreciate that. And, yeah, I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the Discord.